They said I was a footnote, background noise, a misfit, unimportant, too loud. Funny how that turned to kismet. Me and my truth, we sit real still, no sirens, let them scream in the daylight. Truth don't need alignment. I didn't want the headline, I saw the pattern. Opening my mouth made the whole room shatter. Try to keep it measured, flashing warning signs. Every time I spoke the truth, they called it crossing lines. I stayed out of the spotlight, studied every thread. Watched the story bend while they counted what I said. Never chased a platform, never begged the crowd. I was mapping all the quiet while they weaponized the loud. Not a drunk, but you can call me boozy. There's a lot more here than simple beauty. It's my time, I'm showing you the real me. Formally introducing Boozey Beauty. Boozey Beauty. Boozey Beauty. Boozey Beauty. Daily in the gym, yeah, I build this body, but don't confuse the muscle with the mind inside me. Got the ladies watching when I teach that beauty, but the real flex is knowing exactly who I'm proving is deeper than looks, deeper than likes. I'm sharpening language, intellect precise, full play, firm lines, boundaries set. I light my soul up, I don't need their respect. While they were boxed in my marching in bold lies, I was face down, boxed in, hit from all sides. If they look beneath the noise, they see I never wanted fame, just wanted pat them seen. Not a drunk, but you can call me boozy. There's a lot more here than simple beauty. It's my time, I'm showing you the real me. Formally introducing Boozey Beauty. Boozey Beauty. Boozey Beauty. Boozey Beauty. Snakes in the grass slithering in my phone. I walked out clean when the silence hit home. Diamond in the rough, no filter, no scene. Funny how the dirtiest hands claim pristine. Not a drunk, but you can call me boozy. There's a lot more here than simple beauty. It's my time, I'm showing you the real me. Formally introducing Boozey Beauty. Boozey Beauty. Boozey Beauty. Boozey Beauty. You can call me boozy. Raising back on rising beauty. I've been here, now you finally see. Say it right, Boozey Beauty. Boozey Beauty. Boozey Beauty. Boozey Beauty. Boozey Beauty.
God, is this thing on? Where's my microphone? Hold on. Hold on. You guys. For those of you who are officially like live with me, you may be noticing that there's like some subtle. Oh Lord, it's already starting. Some changes in the clarity of the vision of the video camera right now. Maybe you're noticing some differences in the microphone. Oh, can you all hear me? This is crazy. It's been like almost 2 weeks, a week and a half-ish since I've last seen you guys. We'll get on to what's exactly going on in the members only live that I want to do with you guys, where I can get a little more personal with you. But on top of that, I clearly have been making very important updates. And as you can see, one of them is you guys, the camera, which I am so excited for. I am so excited. You can hear me perfectly. Yay! I know it's like 5D. It's nuck and futs, right? This is crazy. I need to figure out exactly where I want to place you guys. I need to shift some things, but I've built a desk. I've got a new computer, a camera. We're killing it, friends. We are absolutely killing it. If you don't know me, hello, welcome to my channel. I go by the username Boozey Beauty, and most known for being a Norfolk County resident and being very outspoken on all of the things that's going on in my county. Specifically, I'm sure you all are aware, if you don't know me, you're new here, the Karen Reed trials, both 1 and 2, obviously the murder investigation of John O'Keefe, and newer maybe to some of you, the Sandra Birchmore murder investigation that the county said was a self-unaliving and not actually an unaliving, but federal prosecutors disagree. So here we are, my friends. Thank you all for being patient with me. If you're here live with me, I love you guys so much. If you're here on replay crew, love you so much too. Thank you for just being here to hang out and listen to all of the new things regarding former Canton Police Department Sergeant Sean No Fucking Goode. I know. Good gone bad, my friends. Good gone bad. Before we get started, I want to give a huge shout out to one of the best public records requester, Kyle Sharkey, Mr. Goat Boy. I don't know if Towel Goat Boy Man is here or not. I have my live chat on 2 different screens. This is crazy. That does not get butts. I'm so excited. It's the little things in life, friends. It's the little things in life. Anywho, so we have 52 pages from a new Canton Police Department public records request. And boy, oh boy, does it go in deep with all of the good of it all, including some internal affairs investigation. If you know, that was opened up because of Michael Proctor, the former decertified fired trooper from Massachusetts State Police, the lead investigator or not lead investigator, case officer of the murder investigation of John O'Keefe. Who knows, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, there's a lot in these documents. So we're going to be going through it. I'm going to show it to you on the screen. We're going to read all 52 pages. We'll give a little bit more insight of what's going on here. There's some details from Canton PD, former Interim Police Chief Joe Perkins, the investigators. There's a lot. There's former complaints against former Sergeant No Fucking Goode that tell a pattern. They tell a pattern. And if there's anything above all with Norfolk County and learning a little bit more about me, I want you all to get from this channel is how to recognize patterns in people. And Sergeant John No Fucking Goode has been one of the people from really the first trial when he first testified where there were major red flags that popped up for me specifically. And then more things started coming out. And then there was a second trial where Sergeant Sean No Fucking Goode was not called for. And then more and more things came out. So I'm glad you are all here for the ride. Thank you for being patient, my live chat crew. I love you guys so much. We're here. We did it. I hope it was worth the wait. Okay, replay crew. If you need to fast forward, please do so right now because I'm going to say hi to my chat and I'm going to say thank you to some friends because I already need to say thank you to you guys and we'll get to it. Okay. I also, full transparency, my sleep schedule has been sucking lately. So I have an Alani new that I need to crack. So give me 1 second, friends. This is great. Oh my God. You guys see the new prop in the back? Do you love my new prop? She's sparkly. She's very sparkly. I love her. I love her. And if you're a Swiftie, you'll know exactly what it is because that Life of a Showgirl matches the Opalite Showgirl. Oh my God, I'm obsessed. I'm obsessed. Okay. All right. Let me give a sip and then I'll say hi to chat. Wow. This camera is great. This camera is fantastic. Props to me and my research, my ADHD over-researching ass actually helped me out for once. Now I just need a new mouse. Okay, let's say hi to chat. Hey, Fokker Eyes, what is up? Oh, that's actually somewhere we can start off right away. Did you vote early yet? No, I did not vote today because I've been clearly running around trying to figure out technology of it all. I did not. But if I pull up just a reminder from my Norfolk County residents, I believe every single city and town, the early voting started today. I don't believe any towns or cities are open tomorrow as it is a Sunday, but all next week, Monday through Friday or Saturday, depending on your city or town, is open for early voting. Guess what? Today is the last day to do, friends. Yeah, if you are a registered Republican and you actually want to be able to vote for the Norfolk County District Attorney, you have to unenroll. It is very easy. You just literally Google Secretary of State unenroll. It takes 2 seconds on the website, literally 2 seconds. Let me pull up this reminder for you guys that I screenshotted from my last live stream about Adam. So the primary election, it's 6 Democrats running for Norfolk County DA. Please remember, your voter registration is due today. You can do it online. If you need to unenroll, you don't have to switch to be a Democrat, Republican. You just have to unenroll, aka independent. Okay, that's today. You can still do it online right now. But also to remember, you can vote early by mail if you're not going to be around because of the holiday. I know some of you do extended vacations at the end of the summer because of the kids and whatnot. Mail-in ballots must be received by September 1st. Absentee ballots are available for eligible voters online. And then, of course, you can just go into your local voting booths locations. Usually it's a town hall, maybe it's a high school. You can just make sure you check your city or town for exactly the location. And then, of course, if you want to vote on voting day, September 1st, check out your district to see exactly where you vote. It's highly important. Especially for today's live stream when we're going to be speaking about corruption. I'm not even saying allegedly anymore. I'm saying corruption. This is ducked up. I can't wait to show you guys this. And as a reminder, here is who I am voting for. Former federal prosecutor, Adam Dite.
Michael Morrissey and his DA's office have created a two-tiered system of justice in Norfolk County, where if you know the right people or if you're connected to certain members of law enforcement, you've been able to get special treatment. And those two cases, the case involving Sandra Birchmore, the case involving John O'Keefe, they both are part of that theme. And those cases got all kinds of attention for different reasons. The reality, of course, is that most victims, most defendants are not able to get that kind of attention. And so it raises the question, what else has been going on in Norfolk County that we don't even know about? Under my leadership as DA, we are going to find out.
What has been going on? Well, thankfully, via public records request, those are things that we can figure out. And there's more, friends. Some of us are getting now what seems like daily inbox updates of new cases that have happened in Norfolk County. So stay tuned. Okay. Back to my chat to say hello. Hello, Nunya. Hello, Peppa, beautiful Peppa. Love you. Amelia, wonder why Good wasn't called in for the second trial. Because Hank Brennan was hired. Technically, the term is special prosecutor, but if you actually see the way that he went with trial, especially because now a lot of you are now more familiar with the differences of prosecutor and defense, he was a defense attorney for the Commonwealth. He was there to clean up the ish. And he tried and failed. By the way, sidebar, did you guys know via another new public records request that they actually did fly out Aperture expert Judd Welcher for a second time? So after he testified, that's Mr. Blue Man Group. After he testified, he went back home. He was supposed to be called back on for rebuttal, aka after Karen's team was done, they were going to bring back Blue Man Group back for rebuttal. Taxpayers paid to have him fly back. And they decided not to call him again. You all can probably guess the reasons why. My big guess is the x-rays that Karen's team didn't get into, trial 2? The middle of trial 2 is when they got the x-rays. So, Again, Greg Connor was the chief trial counsel. He would have been approving of all these things. Please remember this when you do your voting if you are Norfolk County residents. Please, please, please. Okay, let's say hi to more friends. Hi, KS Bear fan. I love you back. Hello, Pat Ray. Hello, the baguette queen of France. I freaking love towels. You guys are the best. Hi, Kim. Yes, my daughter has one with her name with a diamond star. Yes, it's so cute. I love the custom drinks, although that one I won't be able to drink out of because it's very fragile. So it's literally just a prop. It's like my opalite. It's like my opalite, you know. Hey, Megan. Hello, music to my soul. Okay, let me see. Emily C, drop the link for the camera. I will. It's not the cheapest, but I will. And I will give you all of the links to my setup. Should I do like an Amazon thing so that everyone knows exactly what I'm using? I know that's what influencers do. I don't consider myself an influencer, but you know. Hi, Mimi. Oh my God, look at the Hello Kitty balloon. That's so freaking cute. So, so, so cute. Hi, Miss Holmes. Hi, Motions in Lemonade. Ashley Oaks, what's that drink? Looks yummy from the cam. This is my favorite energy drink. It's Alani Nu. And the flavor is cherry twist. It kind of tastes like a Shirley Temple. Kind of. Kathleen says, oh my God, first of all, it's a good day. I love that. Love your setup, Boozey. Thank you so much. It's been a work in progress, but we're finally kicking it. We're finally getting there. Hello, Mac. Hello, Mrs. Profess. Oh my God, all of my OGs are here. I love you guys so much. Hello, Sour Creative. And Aunt BB, I love you so much. Oh my God. Okay. Leighton says AD for AD. AD for DA. Oh, there she goes. Yes, agreed. Tucker's mom. Hello, vote Adam Deitch. Yes, Tommy Wade, get out there and vote all my Massachusetts friends. Yes. Wait, what true crime? Vote Adam Deitch. I love you guys. Look at all of you saying vote Adam. See, you guys get it. I hope more in the county are paying attention. I hope so. Okay. Oh, and hello. I do see thank you to all my beautiful moderators, beautiful Boston Brandy. Emily, I said hi to you. I saw Corey in here playing games with you guys while I try to figure out my technology. Thank you again for being patient. And I'll end with one of my faves. Hello, BB Squared. Hello, Benny Boo. Hello. Okay, let me say thank you to some friends because this is crazy. Jerry M, member for 1 month. Thank you so much. Hey, y'all, let's go. Yeah. BB, you are the best, stepping in with 5 Boozey Beauty memberships. Congratulations. Hello to any of you that got those memberships. Thank you, Aunt BB, for always being so generous to my chat. Oh, Shane, 10 jewels. Thank you so much. Romy, member for 2 months. I'm sat patiently waiting. I'm sorry. This time it really was the technology. I really was here 15 minutes early and this ish was not working. Ramblin' Rome sent happy poo. Thank you so much. Whiffinator with the treat. Thank you so much. Proctor's bottomless drawer. Hell yeah. 900 jewels with the duckling. Thank you so much. Corey says, thank you for being you, Boozey. Oh, Corey, I love you. You make this world a better place just by being in it. Thank you so much. Thank you. I love you. Elixir, Allie, I'm so sorry. I said Elizabeth. I meant Exhibit Allie. I don't know where that came out of. Boozey appreciation tip. And can I just say, I don't know if it's like Roblox videos that you've been doing or like little Lego things. Those are adorable. I know Emily's been talking about it and showing them on her streams. They're so cute, guys. If you haven't seen Allie's videos, they're adorable. They're absolutely adorable. And I know they must be such a pain to like set up and make. So cute. I love them. Thank you so much. Cheers. Susie Q, thank you so much for the clutch. Oh my God, Sarah, you joined as a member. Thank you so much. Welcome. Chat, why don't you drop your favorite members? Chat, bring in your favorite duck emojis or your favorite member emojis in the chat right now. I just said duck because it's my favorite. I love that I have a pink duck. I need to make it like Glinda or like Elphaba because I have my wicked ones. Sidetrack. Clearly it's been a minute since I haven't been live, so I'm kind of all over the place. Tucker's mom, thank you so much for the treat. And Brenda, thank you so much for the laughing disco. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my God. Duck, 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 da, duck, duck, duck. Oh my God, we got the ducks. I wish, that's the other thing I don't like about StreamYard is you can't fix it so that it like actually shows the emojis, which is a pain. It's something that I've been working on another platform where I'm doing like total custom things. Again, it's a work in progress. You guys will see it when you'll see it. Yes, and if you want to follow Allie, that is her link. Thank you so much, Emily, for dropping that in the chat. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my God. Nightbot should be better. So Nightbot, don't be acting up with my chat. Okay. Thank you so much. Don't be yelling at my chat ever. Anyways. Okay. All right. So like I said, we have a ton of new pages and filings in this whole Sean Goode investigative report, post-commission records of it all. So I want to tell you exactly what we'll be going through today. If I could actually learn how to clear off all of my tasks and things that I have on my web browser because it's crazy. So the ones in particular that I'm going over today, so what was requested was all email correspondence between Brian Higgins and Ken Berkowitz. Obviously, you know, ATF agent Brian Higgins, and then former Canton Police Chief Ken Berkowitz. The dates starting from January 1st, 2022 to the date of the request. So we'll just say August 2026. There's only two. There's not much there because if there's anything we've learned about Higgins is that he's more than willing to destroy evidence, aka a cell phone. So no surprise there. No surprise there. So we have two emails between Brian Higgins and Ken Berkowitz. We also have the name of the third party hired by the Town of Canton to investigate Officer Sean Goode. Again, that was the internal affairs investigation that was opened up prior, basically after Michael Proctor's second phone extraction. You know, the one that was 13 years of iCloud data? Yeah, that one. That one. Also, any contract payments made to this third party to investigate Sean Goode, as well as all documents, video, or audio recordings and communications, including but not limited to emails, text messages, and other forms of instant messages concerning any report about complaint concerning or alleged misconduct committed by Sergeant Sean Goode prior to the reason Mr. Goode being on paid leave currently. Which, as we know, he's no longer. Oh, this was probably sent a while ago because he has since resigned. Because remember, they wanted to pull him in for one final interview and he said, nah, peace. I'm done. Shady, 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 shady. Okay. Let me give you an update too before we get into this of what is going on right now with Michael Proctor and Sergeant Sean Goode. We have an update from one of our favorite attorneys, attorney Rosemary Scapiccio. We adore her. Duh. If you don't adore her, what's wrong with you? No, but like actually, what's wrong with you? She's spicy today, isn't she? She is. She is. Blame the Alani new. Blame the Alani new. Okay. Can I make this bigger? Life of technology with Boozey. That's not what I want. I want a new computer, so I don't know how to make this bigger. Full transparency, I'm trying to relearn Windows PC all over again, and it's been a journey the last week and a half. I've been on my Mac for so many years now. I don't know what I do with Windows. So, is there a way to make this bigger, chat? There is. I know there is. That? Nope. Uh-oh. Oh, God. I just know someone's going to be like, Boozey, this is what you do. Give yourself grace. We are in no rush. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Emily. Thank you. Okay. Let me see. How do I do this? If anyone in chat understands how to make things bigger on Windows, stop Windows, switch to Linux. I just bought this. I'm not getting rid of this. All right, you know what? We'll just make do. We won't be here long. Okay. Hold on. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, hold on. I love you guys. Just roll with me. Thank you for being patient. How do I make something big in a hold on. Hold on. Everyone's like, no one knows how to do this. Does this. Okay. How do I make something bigger? How to make screen bigger on Windows and then whatever I'm using. Click the top right, layout size. Press F1 to enter full screen mode. Press Control ++ to zoom in on page text. Is that how I do it? You guys are like, what a mess she is. Oh my God, I did it. It's Control+. Oh my God, we did it. Chat, we did it. We did it. Look at that. We're doing great. You're doing great, sweetie. I need to clip that and make it like something on my stream. You're doing great, sweetie. It's from the Kardashians, if you didn't know. All right. So the current update with Michael Proctor and Sean Goode. Turns out attorney Rosemary Scapicchio wants them to testify. Yes, I'm so excited. I don't think we're going to see them for this day of testimony, but Scapicchio wants to get them up there to testify. So what's going on with attorney Rosemary Scapicchio's client, Miles King? Again, another Norfolk County case. Lots of things going on there. We won't get into it, but what's interesting is that there were some issues with this case, much like most of Norfolk County cases that we're finding. So there was issues with like search warrants and then evidence being handed over to King and Scapicchio. Lots of typical things that we're finding that aren't supposed to be happening, but are currently happening in these cases. Withholding of evidence? No, it's not like they withheld John O'Keefe's clothing from Karen Reed's team for a year and a half, which goes against all things like evidence practices. But, you know, who are we? We're just a bunch of nobodies on the internet. So what's happening next week? It's next Thursday, August 27th, which, by the way, Dennis, I forgot to answer you back. I clearly have been a mess recently. So next Thursday, August 27th, they are bringing in ADA Adam Lally again for testimony to testify to exactly what went on with this evidence, what's happening here. This is the second time he's being called, almost a full year later from the last time that he was called to testify for these same exact issues. Michael Proctor was supposed to show as well, but he said he was on like vacation or something. And then obviously Commonwealth didn't fight it. And Rosemary Scapicchio has been fighting for his phone data. And now that we have the phone data, we want him back on the stand. So this is what this document says. Again, Commonwealth versus Miles King. It is the defendant's additional witness list, aka who do they want to come up to testify to all these issues. Now comes the defendant, Miles King, and respectfully submits this additional witness list with brief summary for each, as ordered by the court on July 13th, 2026. The summaries are offered for purposes of the evidentiary hearing on King's motion to dismiss for late discovery, his supplemental motion to dismiss, and his second supplemental motion to dismiss. King reserves the right to supplement or amend this list and to call additional witnesses in rebuttal or as the testimony at the hearing may require. Dun, dun, dun. Number one, Michael Proctor. Who's surprised? Former trooper Proctor is the basis for the entire second supplemental motion to dismiss. Proctor is being called to rebut the Commonwealth's claim that he was not the lead investigator. Sounds familiar, doesn't it, friends? Proctor's personal cell phone communications in which he calls Black people the N-word, slaves, and animals will be the subject of examination to support King's claim, which the Commonwealth disputes. Like, come on, you're really going to try to fight racism right now? Okay, guys. Again, this is the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. Please remember this. Guess who was the chief trial counsel in 2021 when all this started happening for Miles King? Greg Connor. That Proctor was so racist and biased against Black people that he could not conduct a fair investigation as the lead investigator in this case. Additionally, Proctor is being called to testify about the trajectory. It's going to be one of those days, guys. Trajectory, fucking, you know what it says. The investigation and how it relates to Miles King, and about when he disclosed certain discovery to ADA Lally, and about securing of Miles King's jail calls after indictment. Proctor was recognized at the last hearing date of August 5th, 2025. So it's been over a year since he was supposed to testify, Michael Proctor, and told that his presence would be required on the next court date for the King hearing. Oh boy. Proctor is just misunderstood. He's just misunderstood. Okay. Music to my soul. What are you asking? I was expecting Proctor because he was supposed to testify at the last one. But he dodged it, right? Has he tried to fight the subpoena for that this time, or do we know? I haven't seen any filings in regards to this, by the way. I haven't seen him trying to fight it. The last thing that I saw about Proctor was the last Karen Reed hearing, which was 2 days ago. That lasted only 4 minutes. I was live for it on my phone to watch it. And it was just them trying to not impound, but keep on the docket all of the filings in regards to whatever happened with the emergency hearing in the O'Keefe versus Karen Reed / Canton Bars lawsuit. Remember, all of the attorneys had to come in, like Alan Jackson had to fly in from California for this hearing. So I haven't seen anything else from Proctor, and I haven't seen anyone else in chat. Yeah, that mentions anything else. Yeah, and I've been keeping an eye on it, so I haven't seen anything yet. Music to my soul. We'll see. We'll see. I'm assuming they'll file something. I'm assuming. Okay, so that's Michael Proctor. And why does Rosemary Scapiccio want to speak to and testify? Get him to testify. Sergeant No Fucking Good, the man of the hour. The man of the hour. Well, Rosemary Scapiccio says, Good was a sworn police officer and a participant in the WhatsApp group chat in which the racist communications on Proctor's personal phone were exchanged. His testimony is necessary to rebut the Commonwealth's central contention that these materials were purely private communications between the quote-unquote apparent long-term friends. That they didn't testify that they were longtime friends. In fact, none of them have come out to say that they have been long-term friends. They've all been on mute. It's like the mute challenge. You know, Beyonce's concerts, she goes, everybody on mute, and everyone's supposed to be quiet. Ariana Grande tried to do the same thing. When she goes, me and my truth, we sit in silence, and the whole crowd's supposed to go silent. And there's always kids that start screaming. My favorite is when I'm watching it on a granny live stream, and there's always an adult that's like, those mother beeps. My ADHD is wild today, guys. Please just roll with me. Anyways, everybody on mute. So about these private communications between apparent long-term friends, unconnected to any law enforcement function, and therefore not conduct attributable to the government. We expect to question former Sergeant Goode about his interactions with Proctor and his specific text with Proctor that he retrieved from his phone and turned over to the Canton police. Everybody on mute. Some other people that Rosemary also wants to call, I like how it says retired trooper. And I also like how she categorizes him as a trooper. Technically, when he retired, he was a lieutenant. When he was on the John O'Keefe case and this case, he was a detective lieutenant. But remember, because of his lack of supervision of his subordinates, i.e. Michael Proctor. He was kicked out of the Norfolk County DA's office. He was moved. The church does the same things. Church does that too. But yeah, they moved him out of Norfolk County DA's office into the Milton barracks, what I was told. And they also demoted him. But now Rosemary Scapucci was like, no, we're going to demote him and just call him a trooper. I love this. Okay. Oh, you know what, Quinn? That's actually a very good point. Quinn says, well, he kept adding retired every 10 words in every motion. So it's a very good point. It's a very good point. All right. What does Scapiccio want out of Tully? Tully was the Massachusetts State Police supervisor over the detective unit assigned to this homicide case, the Miles King case. His testimony is necessary to determine what Tully knew or should have known about Proctor's conduct, language, or bias prior to, during, and after Mr. King was charged in this case. Tully prepared the CSLI PowerPoint that Proctor presented to the grand jury on November 19, 2021. Oh, so full transparency, just gonna be like real with you guys. I've only minimally dug into the Miles King case. And when I say minimally, like very minimally, clearly you guys who've been here for at least a few live streams now, you can see just how thorough I can be with my research when I really dig. So when I say minimally, it's like, I've obviously pulled up the filings and read the things. I didn't know Tully did that. I did not know Tully did that. So literally, Tully put together a PowerPoint for Proctor. Proctor didn't work on it at all and was like, here, please don't mess this up. Here you go. Again, I'm questioning that. That makes me say, what? It's kind of like Tully didn't trust Proctor to make sure that all the I's were dotted and T's were crossed. So just Tully did it himself, was like, here's my homework. Copy and paste. This is insane. Oh boy. And Tully's testimony is necessary to establish what underlying data he was given, by whom, and what became of it. Tully also directed that Milton officer, because this murder investigation happened in a town of Milton, it's Norfolk County. That's actually where Greg Connor lives and was born and raised. It's a very privileged community. Very privileged community. Milton's beautiful. Beautiful. We'll say a lot of old money if you guys aren't familiar with Norfolk County and all the towns. Milton, I like to say Milton's like very well off. Okay. It's one of those communities where you need money to live there. Okay. So Tully also directed that Milton officer John Binda be assigned to work on the investigation after learning that Binda had prior familiarity with King from a 2020 car stop. Okay, so that Milton officer stopped King previously. Okay. What does that have to do with this case? Anyways, I digress. The Commonwealth also acknowledges that Binda's investigative materials were never provided to the prosecutor. Oh, this DA's office. My DA's office. Emily, yours too. And I'm sure there's plenty of you in chat too that are like, ah. Oh my God, Proctor knows how to use PowerPoint. Or Proctor didn't know how to use PowerPoint. I think Proctor knew how to use PowerPoint. I just don't think Tully trusted him to do the right thing. Which says a lot. Oh, God. Tully is also expected to testify about his involvement in this investigation as it relates to former Trooper Proctor. Tully was previously going to be called by the Commonwealth as a necessary witness for the hearing. See attached. Okay. And then I don't want to read these because, again, it's a lot of stuff. We need to get through the Sean Goode stuff after this. So she basically wants to call the ADA Jennifer Hinkman. If you've been watching the cases, I'm sure you are familiar with her. ADA Lisa Beatty, you are probably familiar with her. Dr. Lindsay Davis, who is going to rebut the Commonwealth's claim in their opposition that Proctor's racism did not affect his investigation of Miles King. So she's going to go into like basically explaining in layman's terms how racism works. I can't even believe you need an expert for that. That's fucking insane. In this day and age, anyways. She'll also discuss the intersection of identity-based biases with other forms of cognitive bias, including confirmation bias. She also wants to call Lieutenant Michael Collins, who was the supervisor at Milton PD when this case happened. She also wants to call Officer Colligan. Again, another Milton police officer. This Officer Colligan was the first one at the scene. And then as well as Officer John Binda that we just spoke about in regards to Brian Tully. So there's a lot going on. So that is the most recent update when it comes to Michael Proctor and Sergeant Sean Goode. What just when happened? Okay. So that is the most up to date on those two officers in regards to what's coming next for them, as well as we know the O'Keefe versus Karen Reed / John O'Keefe case. There should be a part 2 to Proctor's deposition. We don't know what's going on with that. I know we had a couple of crazy months with that civil case with lots of filings and deposition fights. It's been pretty quiet the last couple of weeks. And I do think that's because Judge Gilday has really not a gag order, but essentially has threatened a gag order on the cases. So we don't know exactly what's going on. Their deposition due date was August 17th. Today is August 22nd when I'm live with you guys filming this. So we'll see what happens from there. I know that they mentioned that there is some cleanup that they have to do, and all parties recognize that, and Judge Gilday didn't fight that. So again, we'll see. We'll see. Okay, let me say thank you to some more friends, and then I will pull up all of the Sean Goode of it all. This is so crazy. I have multiple screens. I don't know what I'm doing. Like, I'm just... I feel like a woman. Dun, dun, na, na, na. Woo! Okay, I told you my ADHD is kicking it today. All right, so let me pull up some thank yous from you guys. You guys are seriously the best. I tell you guys all the time how appreciative I am of you, and it's truly incredible you all are here to hang out with me. Thank you to Kazin the Corrupted for the thumbs up. Thank you so much. Thank you, Alabama Realtor Gigi. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you for the support. And thank you, Love is All That Matters 09 for becoming a member. Welcome, welcome. Enjoy the live stream. Enjoy the members only perks. The emojis are my favorite thing. And like I said, I will be doing a YouTube members only live stream soon to go over more technology things and to chit chat with you guys on a more personal level. Okay, guys, are we ready? Are we ready? All right, let's get into this public records request. That's why we are all here. Okay, where art thou? There you are. Okay. As a reminder, what did I do? Control plus to make it bigger? Oh, heck yeah. I love learning new tricks. I'm like a puppy. Like, how do I fix? Do we like that? I don't think I like that. No. Better? We'll see. If this becomes a mess, it becomes a mess. Thank you guys for being here. That's all I'm going to keep saying to you. All right. So, like I said, we only have 2 emails between Canton Police Chief Ken Berkowitz and Brian Higgins. This was the automatic response from Berkowitz. And as you can see, it says, from Berkowitz, automatic reply, ATF Special Agent JOA, Monday, September 12th through September 23rd, 2022. The date of the actual email, September 6th, 2022 at 5:02 p.m. to Brian Higgins. brian.higgins@atf.gov, where it just states, I have retired from the Canton Police Department. Please contact Chief Rafferty at hrafferty@town.canton.ma.us. This is not something Berkowitz typed out personally to Brian Higgins. Like I said, this is an automatic reply. And worst auto reply message ever. I agree. It's very straight to the point. Let me just scroll down a page so I can show you guys what Higgins sent Berkowitz. So the subject is actually a forwarded message from the ATF. Again, the same date and time. That's how you know it was automatic reply. To Ben Berkowitz, which is interesting. I believe who is Ken Berkowitz's son, who ended up getting a job at Canton PD. And then when the kitchen got hot, it was what? Was it towards the end of 2024 or was it 2025 that he left Canton Police Department? And the rumors have been that he left and he went to ICE. That's rumor speculation. I can't confirm that. But yeah, interesting. Very interesting. So in it, Higgins says to Ben Berkowitz and Ken Berkowitz, FYI, this is Brian Higgins, special agent, tactical medic. Considering all of the John O'Keefe of it all, the fact that you put in tactical medic, he labeled himself tactical medic still in September 2022. And if we're going to be thinking about what may have been in his vehicle that he retrieved on January 29, 2022, remember that big duffel bag that's been questioned? He never testified to what he actually grabbed. He just said he was doing administrative tasks. Remember that? Sus, 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 sus. I'm telling you, microdots, no man left behind. I can't. I know, chat is like, Okay. So the forwarded message that he sent, this is from, that's a very Irish last name. I'm so sorry if you are living in Ireland or if you're from Ireland or of Irish descent and I absolutely butcher this. O'Shaughnessy, right? O'Shaughnessy. I should know this. I literally live in like Irish land in Norfolk County. Oh man. Okay, so this is obviously from an ATF agent where it's to all Boston Exchange. Subject is forwarded ATF Special Agent JOA Monday, September 12th through September 23rd, 2022. All, please see attached for upcoming special agent. I'm assuming that's what SA says or means. Special agent job announcement. Feel free to share with anyone who is interested. So Higgins got this email, was like, yeah, I'm going to send this to Ben and Ken Berkowitz. If you guys don't know, Berky father, Canton Police Chief, had like an affinity for the feds. Like there are so many stories about him wanting to help out the feds during the Boston Marathon. I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about. He like willingly was like, yes, we'll help in all of the ways. And also too, if you didn't know, Canton PD and their relationship with Boston PD at one point was very, very strong. I don't know how it is currently. Obviously there's a new chief, Chief Daniels, who's an outsider, not an insider in Canton. I'm assuming it's still good, but it's not as what it once was. But specifically, Canton PD and Boston PD had a very good working relationship. That's something that Ken Berkowitz was very proud of, as well as going down to Cont'd for the special training that's offered for like very few people. And Ken Berkowitz was invited to do it. So Berky loved the feds. So if you question the reasons why Berky was willing to help out Higgins in any way possible in just his life as a friend. Now you guys are starting to see more of this. By the way, this is something that Canton residents and some insiders have been saying for a long time, that Berky and Higgins were very, very close. That's something also Higgins testified to, and that the two of them would have done essentially anything for each other. Again, take that as you wish. Okay, so here's the invoice for the Canton Internal Affairs investigation of Sergeant No Fucking Good. This is starting in October 2025 through December 2025. As you can see, Michael Myers was the consulting office of this Internal Affairs investigation. It was opened on October 24th, 2025. And then it went all the way through December 30th, 2025. And then they did do more work after that. Remember in the O'Keefe versus Karen Reed / Canton Bars lawsuit, they were still talking about how Karen wanted to get Sean Goode's records, but then the attorney for Canton was like, hey, this investigation is not done yet. That was late spring of 2026. So they definitely were still doing work well into the investigation ended, obviously. And then that's when Sean Goode resigned because he didn't want to do his last interview. But likely what we can gather from these dates, you can see like the October 24th, 2025, it's just 0.25 of an hour. What's that, 15 minutes? That's likely a short interview, maybe an email. And that's what it seems like for the bulk of them until we get to November 21st, 2025. Let me actually get this date in particular. When was Michael Proctor's second phone extraction in November released to the DA's office? I'm pretty sure it was around those same days. You're not even going to tell me. I know his cell phone was provided on August 29th. September 4th? No, I know it was around the filing of one of the lawsuits, which was in November, around Thanksgiving time in the States. So this would make sense of why there's more hours logged on that date, given the time frame of this. So you can see that bumped up to over 5 hours of work. The next day, they probably just finishing up something. And then we get into December. And then we get to the middle of December. So I'm thinking, especially some of the shorter ones, maybe quicker interviews, email exchanges, things like that, administrative work, actual administrative work, Higgins, like actual work, not moving one car and then another truck an inch. Like, no, like actually administrative work. Which, by the way, as a reminder, when Higgins did that, it was Sean Goode who was in dispatch. Remember, Sean Goode was working dispatch that night. And it was both Goode and Higgins who both testified that Higgins and Goode didn't speak. Higgins didn't enter dispatch. And then we get the video footage where Higgins enters dispatch. And he's in there for like 5 minutes. Doing what? Who knows? But did you guys know that there are cameras inside dispatch? Do you know who pulled that footage? Yeah, Canton Police Department, Paul DiGianpietro. We went over this already. Paul pulled all the footage, folks. Paul's still trying to say that he doesn't have anything. Okay. Anyways, I digress. So as you can see, those are all the hours that were logged for just 2025. Scrolling down some more. If you hear a dog toy squeak, I apologize. My old guy's feeling better, and he's been very rambunctious the last week. Okay. So this is paperwork from the then interim police chief, Joseph Perkins of the Canton Police Department. going back to the police chiefs of it all, right? We had Canton Police Department Chief Ken Berkowitz, who was on medical leave from it was like the middle of 2023, and then he ended up retiring the summer 2021. John O'Keefe died January 29, 2022. So around summertime, Ken Berkowitz went on leave, which meant Helena Rafferty took over for him, but not really, because again, the Sally Port video footage, we know how involved Ken Berkowitz was, at least in the beginning stages of the murder investigation of John O'Keefe, that included Karen Reed's SUV and holding her SUV at the Canton Police Department Sally Port. So he was technically on medical leave in the early days of 2022 until he retired the summer of 2022, like literally months after John's death. And it was actually Brian Higgins and Helena Rafferty that set up Brian Higgins' retirement party, where there allegedly was some interesting speaker notes from Brian Higgins, which is not available. It was actually deleted from the video footage of this retirement party of Ken Berkowitz, where apparently Higgins said something along the lines of, if you want to know how to hide a dead body, who do you call? You call Ken Berkowitz. Yeah. John O'Keefe was such a good friend too. Yeah. John O'Keefe was such your good friend that you also wanted to have a relationship with his then longtime girlfriend. People really forget that. They spend a lot of time focusing on Karen Reed and how could she do this, which is fair. At the same time, you also need to recognize that Brian Higgins was a piece of shit for wanting to hook up with one of his close friends' girlfriends. Back to this. So from when Ken Berkowitz retired, Helena Rafferty took over. Okay. Then eventually Helena Rafferty ended up retiring, and no one wanted to be chief besides one person in Canton PD, Charlie Ray. That wasn't until later. So they hired an interim police chief, and this is who this document's from. Interim police chief Joe Perkins, which I know some of you had conversations with him, and he was very open to speak to you guys. He was offered the full-time position and obviously did not want to take it. Fair. He was dealing with a lot. And unfortunately, Chief Perkins was thrown into the Sean Goode of it all because this happened. Poor Perkins, I'm pretty sure, was already supposed to be out of the office at this point, but they had to keep pushing out because of some things that were going on, and the select board was dealing with things, and it was a lot. So yeah, this internal affairs report is from interim police chief Joe Perkins. So the date is October 28th, 2025. On Monday, October 20th, 2025, at approximately 15:15 hours, I received a call from Sergeant Sean Goode of the Canton Police Department. Sean Goode called Perkins. Sergeant Goode called to inform me that he had received a phone call from his friend. So he's still calling him his friend at this point. Former Massachusetts State Police Trooper Michael Proctor. Sean Goode stated that Proctor called to advise him that he, Proctor, was dropping his employment reinstatement appeal due to the discovery of inappropriate text messages on his phone. That's the first time we have gotten full confirmation of the reason why Proctor dropped his appeal to get his job back. We now have confirmation in a report by the then police chief of Canton, Joe Perkins, that Proctor dropped his appeal to get his job back because of what was on his cell phone. I love this. It's all coming back to me. Oh, look, Corey says, I love Chief Perkins. Very fair, very open. I agree. And of course, Corey was dealing with her own things with Canton PD, so she had a couple of times she was speaking to Joe Perkins. And thank you, Kyle. The second man of the hour. The reason why we have this public records request. Thank you, Kyle. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. How interesting is this? Okay. Where was I? He goes on to say, right here. Yeah. Proctor advised Sergeant Goode that some of the questionable, inappropriate, given what we know now with the text messages, which, by the way, if you are completely clueless on what we're talking about, I have a live stream that I previously covered just on the Sean Goode messages that were included in a Karen Reed lawsuit, Massachusetts State Police versus Canton Police Department. We went over the text messages and what the context is. And to say that it's only questionable / inappropriate is really, really, really downplaying what these men were actually speaking about. And as a reminder, it wasn't just Michael Proctor and Sean Goode, it was other Canton men. Another former Canton Police Department member, a friend of Jennifer McCabe, her husband, and a couple other Canton husbands too. Ew, downplaying racism, misogyny, all of the things is a choice, boys. Proctor advised Sergeant Goode that some of the questionable, inappropriate text messages may have been exchanged between him and Goode. May have been. Sergeant Goode stated he could not provide specifics to me at this time due to his lack of recall of any questionable text between him and Proctor. You know what that says to me, friends? If he's not going to remember what he was saying in these messages, that likely means that is how Goode speaks, not only then, but all the time. If that is so common to you and the way that you are verbally speaking about humans, that is your norm. That is who you are to your core. Those are your beliefs. And when you are a member of law enforcement, a public official, a public servant, you are not supposed to have those biases. Because it can literally directly affect your job. And it does. Holy hell. Holy hell. Holy hell. Chat's like, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Honestly, there's really one thing that grinds my gear. Well, there's a couple of things. You know, hypocrisy really gets to me. When people cannot hold themselves accountable and you are caught red-handed, like literally red-handed via text messages, and you still try to beat around the bush. You know what you guys were saying. There's a reason why you were communicating on WhatsApp. You all were living in Canton. Fuck off. Racist fucks. Sergeant Goode's only specific recollection was a quote-unquote joking comment about slavery reparations. So, slavery's a joke. I advised him that we would meet and discuss the issue on the following day. On Tuesday, October 21st, 2025, at approximately 1500 hours, I met with Canton Police Union President James Galanis in my office. During that meeting, I called Sergeant Goode and put him on speakerphone. He didn't even come in. He should have came in. He should have came face to face with his supervisors. That's a bitch move. Sergeant Goode reiterated his claim that he could not recall any inappropriate or questionable texting between him and Proctor. Wow, Jesus. I ordered Sergeant Goode, in the presence of his union president, to provide me with a detailed report outlining his texting history with Michael Proctor that may have been professionally questionable. I followed that verbal order with the memorialized email request to Sergeant Goode and Officer Galanis at 16:35 on October 21st, 2025. So this is for anyone reading this and being like, oh my God, this is how it's supposed to be. Yeah. So my Canton residents that watch me, this is how a police chief is supposed to act. Pull them in, write everything down, nip it in the bud right away. Figure it out. When you start going back to the Helena Rafferty of it all during the trials and how Ken Berkowitz was during the John O'Keefe investigation and Sandra Birchmore, this is how it's supposed to be. You are not supposed to have to run through hoops to have communications with the police chief, or feel like you're not being heard by the police chief, or actually, quite literally, manipulated by your police chief. The more people I talk to from Canton that tried to talk to Helena the last couple of years, chasing tail, covering ass. So thank you, Joe Perkins, for actually standing up and doing the job that you were supposed to do. On Thursday, October 23rd, so 2 days later, at approximately 800 hours, 8 a.m., Sergeant Goode arrived in my office with his union representative, President James Galanis. Sergeant Goode provided me with his report. Sergeant Goode's report indicated he was able to restore his text messages with Proctor for the time period of June 2020 and October 2023. Oh, sugar. That's the first time we're hearing that. Wait. Just so you guys know, I didn't read this fully, by the way. I skimmed it beforehand. I was like, yeah, I need to talk about this live. Wait. Rosemary Scapicchio, Karen Reed, anyone that had anything to do with Canton Police Department. Sergeant Goode got all these messages. You all know what to do. I wish I had a flag. Oh, you know what I have? Wait. She has a new prop. Hold on. Do I know how to do this? I don't know how to do this. Anyway. Oh, it's... Did I break it? No. Crap. I try to do something spontaneous and it doesn't work in my favor. Chat just laugh at me. It says that boy is corrupt. It's a Sabrina Carpenter lyric. I'll figure that out another day. Code red. I can change my lighting colors. I just don't know how to do it. How do I do it? Do I do it like... Hold on, chat. Hold on. We will. Okay, how do I turn this off now? Oh my God. Hold on. I told you I had new things. Rave. Eat, sleep, rave, repeat. Oh, that was funny. Okay. Back to the filing. Oh boy, that was funny. Thank you for dealing with me, friends. Let me put myself small again. Let me do that. Okay. Oh man. Me and my ADHD and new things is not good. I should have not done this on a regular live stream. Anyways, so obviously this means anyone that is currently in a criminal matter or a civil matter that involved Canton PD at any length, and even Proctor at any length, should absolutely request this data from Good, because then, if you guys don't know, they can compare the two to see if they are similar, if they are exactly the same, or if there has been some deleting on either side. Because if there has been some deleting on either side, that can very much help out the criminal and civil cases. But especially like Karen Reed versus Massachusetts State Police and Canton Police Department, that's another like checkbox. Crazy. Get the even microdots like that. Thank you. Okay. So back to this. Sorry, guys. All right. Where was I? All right. So Sergeant Good could not view or restore any of the earlier text messages. Oh, isn't that convenient? So he has the time period of June 2020 through October 2023. Obviously, internationally, there's been a lot in that 3.5 year time span, especially 2020 and 2021. Nationally, there was a lot going on. I wonder what Goode and Proctor think of some things that were happening on the national level in the United States at that time, given the context of their like 2013 messages. Sean Goode reported the text he authored during the restored time period were political in nature. On Friday, October 24th, 2025, at approximately 7:45 hours, I received a call from retired Chief of Police Helena Rafferty. She advised me that Norfolk District Attorney Michael Morrissey needed to speak with me. However, he did not have my number, reaching out to her to contact me on his behalf. I was provided a number by retired Chief Rafferty and called DA Morrissey. Michael Morrissey in direct communication with retired Chief of Police Helena Rafferty. Helena Rafferty was retired. So unless they were speaking about other matters, there shouldn't be any communications there. Morrissey, is it really that hard to call the department yourself? It's not like you didn't have a good working relationship with Canton. It's not like the Norfolk County District Attorney's office is located in fucking Canton. Excuse my French. What? Why are they doing this like weird backdoor communication crap? What what's going on? Thank you, Joe Perkins, for actually being open and honest to us residents. But like, am I crazy for thinking that that's wrong? Something seems off with that. No? Like, I don't think it's weird that a DA would want to talk to a police chief. Nope, not that at all. That's not what I'm saying. I think it's weird that he's calling Rafferty, who's retired, knowingly retired, by the way, at this point. Everyone knows Rafferty retired. This was like news. It was all everywhere. Chat is saying no. No, you're not crazy. You're not crazy. Thank you. Retired, but still picking up details. Yes, Stones. Yes, Stones. Wait, what did Emily say? Emily said, I love that Good thought he was going to be like, I only sent one bad text. And they were going to be like, oh, thanks for being honest, babe. Love ya. Oh, yeah, I know Corey. Corey's so smart. Yeah, because Morrissey knows Canton Police Department records calls, so he just had to use cells. I know. Well, guess what? If we would try to request this, because again, This is taxpayer dollars. We pay for Michael Morrissey's salary. So whatever he's doing on the work end should be supplied to us, but it would come back as nothing. They would tell us that there's nothing there. Yes, something is sus. Sus, sus, sus. Members, feel free to drop the sus emoji. District Attorney Morrissey, oh, and just as a reminder, Chief Trial Counsel Greg Connor was in the office still at this point. Just as a reminder. I'm going to keep reminding you all that because it's very important that you remember Greg Connor, who is running for District Attorney's office, who is being heavily supported by people like the Proctors and Michael Lank of Canton Police Department, other members of the DA's office, other police officers, the police union. Oh, the Quincy mayor, Thomas Koch. Lots of unions are supporting Greg Connor. This is insane. District Attorney Morrissey informed me that his office was in possession of text messages involving an active Canton police officer. He stated he was unaware of the details of the text, but stated they were problematic and demonstrated a possible bias by the officer. Protect their own, protect their own. I asked if the officer in question was Sergeant Sean Goode. Oh, so Morrissey didn't even want to name him. Morrissey stated he believed that was the officer and asked me to be available at 900 hours for a phone call from his first assistant, Lisa Beatty. He stated she had more details regarding the information that I needed to be aware of. Why did Morrissey not want to be upfront and honest? Morrissey's acting like he hadn't seen these messages at this point. Like, what? What? This has to be a joke. On Friday, October 24th, 2025, at approximately 900 hours, I received a call from Norfolk County First Assistant District Attorney Lisa Beatty. And why isn't Morrissey on this call? What? She had me on speakerphone with ADA Peggy Grippendorf. Grippendorf is also a judge, too. Not Peggy, but Grippendorf is the last name of a judge, too. I've also been doing a lot of research, too, behind the scenes. Be prepared for a lot of live streams, FYI. I have found a lot the last week and a half. I've taken off in between building desks and things. Lots of things. The report goes on. ADA Beatty informed me that she and her team were currently sorting through years worth of text messages that involved Canton Police Sergeant Sean Goode. ADA Beatty advised me that the message exchanges Sergeant Goode participated in were, quote, offensive to multiple protective classes, end quote, and demonstrated a clear bias. So whereas Morrissey is trying to sidestep and downplay the communications, at least ADA Beatty is like, no, this is a problem. ADA Beatty commented that she believed he could never be called as a witness by the Norfolk DA's office. FYI, sidetracking to the Brian Walsh case, because Greg Connor always likes to say that one of his most proudest moments in the office was one of the last cases he worked was the murder investigation of Anna Walsh. I'm sure you guys know this is a more recent case. And in the investigation of, obviously, I believe Brian Walsh murdered his wife, Anna. Well, guess who was the lead detective and the case officer of that case? The one and only Michael Proctor. Who didn't Greg Connor call to testify? The lead investigator, the case officer of Michael Proctor. And it wasn't until recently, after some pressure on Greg Connor, did he actually try to start now saying, oh yeah, it's clear racism. It's not something I stand for. But yet it was only a few months ago when he was calling Michael Proctor Mike, as if he was, familiar. and they were friendly. Anyways, this seems like a common tactic that when there's a stain on an investigator, be it from Massachusetts State Police or Canton Police Department, they will fully admit that they cannot call them as a witness because they're not credible anymore. Duh. It's the reason why for the second Karen Reed trial, Michael Proctor also wasn't called. And again, Greg Conner was the chief trial counsel for them as well. And if you don't understand what chief trial counsel is, it literally goes Morrissey, chief trial, first ADA. Morrissey as a district attorney, Greg Conner as a chief trial counsel, and then Lynn Beeland as the first ADA. The three of them were like the top tier triangle of the DA's office. Don't let anyone else tell you otherwise. You can do your research on that. Google what a chief trial counsel does and all of the things that they do. I'm going to keep screaming that till the cows come home. The cows are never coming because I don't own any cows. Oh, and look at that. Dennis Sweeney. Proctors are still supporting Greg Conner. That's all you have to say about that. I put you on a Brady list. I put you on a Brady list. Shout out Fervent. Thank God we're not Proctor defenders. ADA Beatty commented that she believed he could ever be called as a witness by the Norfolk DA's office. ADA Beatty urged me to come to the Norfolk County DA's office to view what she and her team were still reviewing. I contacted Canton Town Administrator Charlie Doody and updated him. Charlie Doody's daughter, by the way, was at 34 Fairview Road on January 28th, 2022. Michael Proctor didn't want to put that in a report. As was another one of the friends, Mary Kent, whose mother has the same name, Mary Kent, who is close with Jennifer McCabe's sister, and also at the same time, a Morrissey. We're all in this together. On Friday, October 24th, 2025, at approximately 12:20 hours, I arrived at the Norfolk County District Attorney's office in Canton because it's right down the street. It's a 5-minute drive from Canton PD. It's like a 5-minute drive from Proctor's house. Well, the house that's now being sold. Proctor's wedded marital home. ADA Lisa Beatty brought me to an office where ADA Peggy Grippendorf and another individual named Tim were sitting in front of several computer monitors. Who's Tim? Hold on. We're going on a little road for a second. Who's Tim? Tim? Hold on. I'm going to ask Google. Who in the Norfolk County District Attorney's office has the first name Tim? Who's Tim? Who's Tim? No, DA, not Timothy Cruz. No. I don't know why Tim doesn't have a last name. I feel like that's something Perkins would have known. Tim Cruz is the Plymouth District Attorney's office. No. I don't know, chat. I don't think it's Tim Taylor. Where's my mouse? I don't think it's Tim Taylor because that's a Canton Police Department member. Not Tim. No, it wouldn't be anyone from Canton, guys. It wouldn't be Tim Albert. No. Huh. The one Aiden called Tim the Toolman? No. Tim Flaherty? Tim Flaherty? Hold on. That's interesting to me. that we wouldn't have that last name. What are you guys saying? Tim the Tool Man. It's, by the way, guys, Kelleher's first name from Canton Police Department, the deputy police chief, is Tommy Kelleher. Timothy Flaherty is a former Norfolk County ADA who served as the chief of drug unit and the chief of the career criminal violent offenders unit. When did he leave? Is he still in the office? This is interesting. Is Tim Flaherty still in the office? Is he still in the office? I don't know if we're going to be able to find this out live. I might have to figure this out on my own. Is he still in the office? What else you guys saying? No. I feel like this would be someone that's still in the office, though, because they were under a protective order. Well, they still are under a protective order when it comes to Proctor stuff. No, he's a private. Tim Flaherty is no longer with the office. Oh, he left his role as a state prosecutor decades ago. Yeah, no. All right, I'll do some digging. I'll note that. We'll figure it out. If you guys know me, I tend to figure things out. I will literally research and research until I can't anymore. Back to the doc. Okay. They left the name out for a reason, possibly. But Joe Perkins isn't that type of individual, unless it was, he only gave his first name, which is weird. Anyways, back to this. ADA Beatty had a sheet of paper with handwritten notes on it. She asked me if I could identify Sergeant Sean Goode's voice if I heard it. I told her I could. She read from her notes and asked Tim to play numbered audio cuts. So Tim works in the media aspect of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. So it's probably someone that works beside Colleen Crawford. Colleen Crawford. I heard the voice of CPD Sergeant Sean Goode describing the following 3 incidents in separate audio cuts. Oh, Lord. A road rage incident at Legacy Place. If you don't know what Legacy Place is, it's in the neighboring town of Dedham, and it's a very large, outdoor mall. Okay. For lack of better terms, very large, lots of walking. There's a Whole Foods, there's a nice movie theater. Why we have outdoor malls in Massachusetts, I don't know. You will not catch me at Legacy Place when it's too hot, too humid, or too cold. They demolished the Hanover Mall, which I loved, and they made it an outdoor walking mall. Sidetrack for my locals. Why would they do that? Stupid. Anyways, so in these voice recordings, he's speaking about a road rage incident at Dedham Legacy Place, which, by the way, they still do standouts every single Sunday. Dennis and Brenda, you can correct me. I'm pretty sure it's 10 a.m. to noon every single Sunday. You've been focusing on Adam Deitch, right? Yeah. Involving a Black female motorist off duty, Sergeant Goode described his masochistic interaction with the Black female operator while using brash language, recounting the event to the other recipients. I was not provided any verifying data, date, time, source of the recording. Oh, you guys may have found him? What are you guys saying? I asked Grok and found a guy named Timothy Boyle. He has an administrative support role at Norfolk County DA's office. Oh, and Brandy says it too. There's a Tim Boy who left in 2023. Okay, let me Google him real quick. Oh. I'm going to have to research that on my own because, of course, my Google hates me right now. It might be. Thanks, guys. You guys are the best. Okay. Another interaction that Sean Goode was on a voice recording about. On duty this time, describing a hit and run investigation where the suspect came back to the scene, but Sergeant Goode chose to charge the suspect with leaving the scene even though the suspect came back. I was not provided any verifying data, date, time, source of the recording. An interaction on duty again, describing a motor vehicle pursuit with a female. Sergeant Goode described the incident while using brash and unprofessional language. I was not provided any verifying data, date, time, source of the recording. So, it includes Proctor because this is from Proctor's stuff. So he's just openly talking about cases on duty and not on duty with people he shouldn't be. Listen, I totally get wanting to vent to friends about your career. We all do it. It's different when you hold a public official position, like an officer of the law. Like, you're not supposed to do this. Okay, good. Tim Boyle shows as Mass Public Payroll as Norfolk County DA. Yeah, okay. Beautiful. Beautiful. Look at this. We're all in this together. ADHD then asked him to show me 3 text messages. She advised me that they were authored by Sergeant Sean Goode. Each entry I was shown was dated and timestamped. I was only allowed to view the data and did not record verifying timestamps. Oh, God. I did notice that the years of these texts were between 2013 and 2014. One of the texts, the word N-bomb, I'm not going to say it, was typed. One text contained, this makes me so uncomfortable, Cunty Jew. And in the third text, Sergeant Goode was complaining about gay people. ADHD directed Tim to show me a text, which she suggested was Sergeant Sean Goode's disclosure of an OUI checkpoint. The text to a group of civilians told them to stay off Route 1 in Norwood, we heard about this before, on a certain night. ADHD told me there was another text authored by Sergeant Sean Goode to the same group of civilians, warning them to avoid a Route 138 OUI checkpoint. That text could not be relocated in the vast amount of data, and I did not view it. You want to talk about drinking and driving in Canton? There's a whole lot of you who like to condemn Karen Reed for drinking and driving. There's a whole fucking lot of you. And you completely negate the fact of anyone else that was hammered that night in driving. I don't know, maybe someone that got almost taken out by his own goddamn hiccup. And now you have a Canton Police Department member being like, hey guys, I know you guys drink and drive. Make sure you avoid this area. Tell all your friends. And it's a consistent thing because there's 2 examples of that in that one paragraph. Brandy, bring in the receipts, screenshots, timeline. Thanks. I love my Bravo friends. If you know, you know. ADHD alleged Sergeant Sean Goode and another group text participant, Foley. Interim Police Chief Joe Perkins was not around when Foley worked for Canton Police Department. But we know of him. We know of the allegations. And we know when he opened up his CrossFit gym, people like Michael Proctor and Kevin Albert were big fans. So much so that when John O'Keefe's niece and nephew, their parents first passed away, it was Kevin Albert that held a fundraiser at Kevin Foley's CrossFit gym. ADHD alleged Sergeant Sean Goode and another group text participant, Foley, disclosed the identity of a sexual assault victim in the group chat. I was shown a lengthy text scroll on a computer monitor. I saw numerous individual text entries. I saw a picture of a female. I was not shown a specific text authored by Sergeant Sean Goode. In case you didn't know, when a sexual assault victim, when a domestic violence victim, when a rape victim comes forward, that name, the majority of the time, is impounded, aka it's protected. It's not supposed to be spoken about. And these motherfuckers so willingly were talking about this victim. I happened upon this little blip the other day, which made me have to write this on Twitter. And I will read it to you guys, because this shit pisses me off. This is the stuff that's going to make me go real mad. Let me read you this. On my Twitter, if you don't follow me, @BoozeyBeauty. Ask me again why I believe all victims. Ask me again why I don't doubt survivors. Here is a shining example of men in power. Michael Proctor's Canton Police buddies, Sean Goode and Kevin Foley, chatting it up about a sexual assault victim sharing her private photo. Morally, these men are corrupt. They use their badges as a shield and weapon. I would never do that, as it goes against all police procedures. While at the same time, I can do what I want, as I'm an officer of the law. In their private chats, they showed no decency, respect, nor integrity to the oath that they once took. Never mind the citizens that they are supposed to protect. Tell me, what is a victim supposed to do when the police are the ones engaging in the disgusting behavior against them? When the people they are supposed to trust are the very people divulging and discussing their most intimate and traumatic details of their life. Sandra Birchmore, Lindsay Clancy, Hayden Panettiere, this unknown victim in Canton. These are all very different cases and circumstances. The facts and outcomes cannot be compared, and I'm not, by the way. However, at their core, they have all very similar beginnings. Each woman has overlapping themes. I only hope that this all coming out in the same time frame opens up more eyes to what some of us have been screaming for some time. You are an officer of the law and you deem it appropriate to A, openly share a victim's name that came forward, and then to share her photograph in your disgusting group chat where you are openly discussing things that are racist. You all are fucking gross. You should have never had badges. I frankly don't understand how any of you, some of you, still have careers. And when you ask me, oh, well, don't you feel bad? Their lives are ruined. No, they did it to themselves. It's just like Judge Gilday says, it is self-imposed. People that have badges, that have authority, that have positions of power, should not abuse that power. And that, my friends, is a shining example of exactly what so many of us have been talking about when it comes to the police. It's not just Canton Police, but this is that one example that we can at least now show you guys here. And just so you all know, there have been no reports, no nothing of this victim being told that these cops were discussing these details. Because like I just said before I went on this tangent, Proctor's messages in this whole data extraction are on a protective order, aka they cannot be shared. So if you remember when Karen Reed wanted to use the Proctor messages in the lawsuit that she later filed against Massachusetts State Police and Canton Police Department, she had to file something in the court in order to use this information, use this data. However, they also had to agree to this protective order. That same thing we would be seeing from the DA's office if they were to tell this victim. Okay? So let me just be so ever living clear. There is a victim that was spoken about, likely mocked, giving the nature of how these men communicated in these messages. Openly not only named this victim, but also shared their photo. That victim does not know about this. And the reason why we can actually come to that reasonable conclusion, because if the DA's office wanted to tell this victim, they would have to file a motion in court. We have not seen a filing yet. Okay? So if you ever, and I would say the time frame of this, 2013, 2014, you were a victim, likely in Canton, of sexual assault, and you reported that, I would reach out to the DA's office. If you don't have an attorney, get an attorney and figure it out, because, friend, you would have a fat paycheck coming your way. You would have a fat settlement. They violated that victim's civil rights. It's disgusting. Sorry, chat. There's one thing I'm very passionate about. It's this stuff. Makes me so angry. Trash bags. That's me being polite, by the way. Okay. Where was I? Going on. Joe Perkins further states, I left the Norfolk County DA's office and spoke with Canton Town Administrator Charlie Goode. Again, it was decided to place Sergeant Sean Goode on administrative leave pending a more detailed investigation and review of the large amount of data possessed by the Norfolk County DA's office. Oh, thank you guys. You guys are so nice. You guys are so nice. Never say sorry. We are with you and stand with you. Thank you. And Billy, it's not me. I'm lucky to have this platform and to have you guys be here to watch me. So thank you guys for being here. Thank you for caring. On Friday, October 24th, 2025, at approximately 13:15 hours, I requested Sergeant Sean Goode to come to my office at the Canton Police Department. There, along with Lieutenant Joseph Silvesy, sorry if I pronounced that wrong, Lieutenant Michael Lank. Hannibal Lanka, you were there for this meeting? Wow. You're another one. I don't understand how you still have a job. Truly. Remember how I said Lanka is supporting Greg Connor for DA? And Union President James Galanis. I informed Sergeant Sean Goode he was placed on administrative leave with pay pending an investigation. And they actually did hire that investigator, because I'm pretty sure that was the very first date, right? Shortly after, I submitted CPD in Total Affairs number 25-12 to the Massachusetts Post Commission via their website, Post Commission Complaint 12654. Well, at least Joe Perkins did something. This was on Friday, October 24th. And if we scroll up, because we have the receipts, Whitney, receipts, go all the way back up, right? We scroll over right there, 10/24/2025. So Joe Perkins not only talks the talk, he walks the walk. The moment he put Sean Goode on leave, he spoke to the investigator. So that says a lot. All right, we continue on. That was Chief Joe Perkins' report. Oh, here we go. Here's Sean Goode's letter. The day before, on October 23rd, 2025, Sean Goode writes, Chief Perkins, in response to your request, I spoke with Michael Proctor on Monday, October 20th, 2025. So he waited 3 days to write this. During the conversation with Mr. Proctor, he informed me that I was involved in a text message exchanged on WhatsApp with him and other friends dating back to 2013 that had been recovered by the Commonwealth. Okay, so now we can confirm that Sean Goode considered Michael Proctor a friend, as well as Kevin Foley, Larry Kennedy, and some other Canton husbands. Do we start naming them all? I think we should. That'll be another live stream, friends. He informed me that some of the messages exchanged may include remarks that could be considered inappropriate. Again, downplaying. When I learned this, oh, motherfucker. When I learned this, I self-reported the conversation I had with Mr. Proctor to you on 10/20/2025. I self-reported. I'm so good. I'm so good. I told you, Chief. I told you. You only told him because you got caught. These messages are from 2013. We're in the twilight zone. As I explained, at the time of my call with Mr. Proctor, I did not have any record of the messages exchanged with Mr. Proctor via text message or any other messaging service/application on my phone. I do not have any information about the substance or content of the messages Mr. Proctor was referring to during the call. You guys really think that Proctor and Goode on a phone call didn't go over specific examples of what was on this WhatsApp messaging stuff? Are you serious? Bullshit. Oh, right, because that's how they normally communicate with one another, isn't it? You just all throw around N-bombs as white men, don't you? Why don't you just go grab a white sheet, put a pointy hood on it, and walk around? Why not? Why not? Because that's where you're at. God. No, yeah, right, Allie? We're not dumb. On or about October 21st, 2025, I was able to restore WhatsApp on my phone and reviewed the messages that were stored in the application. There were messages between Mr. Proctor, myself, and 5 other friends from the period between June 2020 to October 2023. Exactly. So you're speaking like this at least from 2013 up until October 2023. That's 10 years. That's a decade of being trash bags. And again, that's me putting it very lightly. I was not able to recover earlier messages. I did not review every message in the thread and limited my focus to the messages I had authored. My messages in this thread were primarily related to my personal political views and opinions, i.e. Trump/Biden. I think we all know which way you go, friend. given the verbiage of your messages. I think we know where you go with that. Okay. Here are some emails. This is from, this is all in regards to Canton Police Department, it looks like. So from James Galanis, this is on Wednesday, October 22nd, 2025 at 10:45 a.m. to Joseph Perkins, CCing Sean Goode. It says, Chief Perkins, we are in receipt of this email, which is a response from Joe Perkins, where he says, Officer Galanis, as a follow-up and confirmation to today's meeting between Sergeant Goode, yourself, and myself, please have Sergeant Goode provide any documentation in writing regarding his text history with Michael Proctor, which may professionally be questionable. Okay. Oh boy. All right, guys. Oh boy. All right. Let me take a little breather for a second because we're about to get into some internal affairs of it all. And it's a doozy. It's a doozy. I need a second. Oh boy. Okay. I have some friends I can say thank you to. Goblin Misfit. Goblin Misfit says, has it already been a month? What the duck? It has. Time flies when you're having fun. No, I think so. Thank you for sticking around. Thank you so much. I love it. And Forever Jaded became a member. Thank you so much. Love you so much for being here. Thank you. Oh my God, you have such a cute cat too. So cute. And not an evil wizard, just a mom sent a stay hydrated. Yes. Well, this is not really hydration. This is energy. But you know what? Your girl needs it. Oh boy. Wow. Okay. Right. Back to the screen. Oh, wait. Turtle power. Wow. Thank you so. Oh my God, your dog is so cute too. Turtle Power sent 5 Boozey Beauty memberships. Thank you so much, and congratulations to you guys that got a membership. I can see this live because it just happened to be on the screen as I looked at chat. So I see Jeannie, Lisa, Holly, Not an Evil Wizard, and Tucker's mom all got memberships. Congratulations. And thank you so much, Turtle Power, for gifting the love. Thank you so much. And also for supporting the channel. I appreciate you. Okay. All right. So I know now you guys that are being gifted memberships have the fun emojis. Yeah. And you'll be able to see this month's members live too. I'm so excited. I'm going to see what's today. Depending on how Thursday pans out, I might go to Thursday when Rosemary Scapiccio calls up Adam Lally. I may have to move some things around because I think it's going to be like an all-day affair. But we'll see. I might be able to do the members only live this week. Okay. So, oh my God. Thank you. This is a fun chat. Congrats to the gifted members. Thank you. That's what we like here. You know, I don't know what else is going on, but here we like to have fun. We like to keep a little more light in between all of the craziness. All of the craziness. Mac, thank you so much for sending a floating heart. Thank you so much. Oh my God. I know, Cal. I can't wait for the day John O'Keefe gets justice. I know. And he's just one out of the many, right? Like I said at the beginning of the stream, me and some friends have had some people reach out to us in regards to some older cases, and even a case as recently as last year that has some interesting things to it. Obviously, these victims, their families, they're supporting Adam Deitch, by the way. A few of them have gone forth and actually filmed some supportive messages for Adam Deitch. Of course, we know some of the members of Sandra Birchmore's family, as well as Justice for Sandra Birchmore. You guys all know Mizzy by now. There's also some victims and their families that have reached out to Adam and Their stories and how the DA's office has treated them is very telling. Very telling. I was on a nice long phone call last night, and yeah, we'll just say it's interesting. And it's a pattern. Don't worry. There are going to be several live streams on it. Several. Music to my soul. What are you saying, friend? Scroll up, please, to what I said before. I don't know what you said. What did you? I don't know what you said. What do you want me to scroll up on, friend? Let me see. How do I pull this back up? Let me move my butt over. I don't know what you want, friend. Let me see what else you say. Oops. Where's my mouse? These double screens are really confusing. Music to my soul. Did you chat yet? Let me see. I said something about victim notifications. I don't know, friend. I just read everything to you. Hold on. Scroll up. Hold on. What up, chat? I'm confused. Hold on. I see you. Oh, sidebar. Ooh, Mama M. Ooh. Boozey. Oh. Allie says Rosemary Scapiccio made a motion to notify victims when Proctor's info was going to be unimpounded. Music, and I think it was approved. Oh, we have no doubt that she'll make sure victims are taken care of. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Oh, okay. Well, guess what? We're going to have to figure that out then. Huh. Going to have to go and look at the filings. Interested. Huh. Okay. Well, that's good news. That's very good news. And also the Goodmans. Thank you so much. Gifted 1 Boozey Beauty membership. I can scroll up over here to see who got it. Ashley Oaks. Congratulations. You hear very often, aren't you? Awesome. Okay. And then now we'll do one more and then let's get back to the internal affairs investigation. I just needed to give my mind a break because these get pretty heavy. Joey Sticks, thank you so much. Joey says, can't wait to see Proctor, Tully, and Good get grilled by Scarpiccio on Tuesday. Shane keeps accruing to the McAlberts. They are all their BFFs. So, Joey, just so you know, as far as I know, only Lally is confirmed. Rosemary Scapiccio wants to bring in all these other people. I don't think there's anything that's been filed, like a motion or supported by the judge forcing them to testify. So I don't think they're going to be there, just so you know. So I don't want you guys getting your hopes up if they don't show. This literally might be DA's office, Adam Lally, and then Rosemary Scapiccio, just so you know. So just be aware of that. If you don't see anyone else, that's okay. I don't want you guys getting angry or sad because you guys miss out on some drama. Because that's what this feels like. It feels like it's not real. But it is. It's very real. Okay. And then finally, you, Carrie, thank you so much for sending a thumbs up. Okay. Well, let's get back into it, friends. We have some internal affairs and some complaints that were filed against former Canton Police Sergeant Sean Goode. And that is what we have here. Okay, let me move myself again. All right. This is crazy. Absolutely crazy. All right. Let me see how this looks like to you guys on the screen. Okay, it's fine. All right. Obviously, information from the people coming forward are redacted. So this is the official internal complaint form, and the person that they are complaining about was an officer by the name of Robert P. Quirk, but it also includes Sean Goode too. So we'll read this and then we'll read the notes. Okay. So Robert P. Quirk, badge number just says R Quirk. By the way, guys, if you ever get pulled over or you're talking to police and they're trying to talk to you, always make sure you get their name and badge. They have to by law. Obviously, you need their name at minimum, but get their badge number too in case there's, I don't know, two Sean Goods on the force, right? Okay. So the descriptions, these crack me up, by the way. So this person filing this complaint says the person they're complaining about is a Caucasian male, 5'7", 180, normal, dark hair, dark eyes. There's no witnesses. Robert Quirk, commanding officer notified was Sergeant Drunin. Type of complaint, negligence, harassment, discrimination. The date is 12/12/12. Oh, the numbers are numbering. Nature of complaint. Describe in own words the nature of complaint relative to an investigation into this matter. Okay. I was involved in a vehicle accident at which time I called the police for being intimidated by an irate individual. Okay. I was involved in a vehicle accident at which time I called the police for being intimidated by an irate individual. I briefed the officer about the incident. I had turned left onto Denham Street on a green arrow, at which point the other driver attempted to sideswipe me. I ended up being ahead, but noticed the driver driving too close and screaming. So it was like a road rage incident. I got out, but never approached the driver. Oh, I never approached the vehicle. I firmly stated that if he does not back off, that I will call the cops and they could decide if he was too close. While barely moving in heavy bumper-to-bumper traffic, I stopped along with the other traffic, and he rear-ended me. Oh, Lord. At that point, he approached my window and said, "License and registration, dumb bitch." And I called the police. Oh, Lord. The police came, and I thanked them for coming. I told a quick snippet of the accident, and then the officer went to the other driver. The officer then came back over to me, telling me that I had slammed on my brakes. I denied doing that and adamantly told him traffic was stopped and he was too close and too busy making hand gestures and remarks to notice my brake lights. The officer began to raise his voice and tell me continuously that I had no right to get out and tell the other vehicle to back off. Oh, Lord. Oh, this is a tale as old as time in Canton, friends. He said I wanted him to hit me and that he sees this all the time. Fucking Canton PD, man. I continued to deny any of these false accusations. The officer never asked me any questions, nor was he open to the possibility that this case was any different than the other cases he previously referred to. I stayed inside my car and watched as both officers, so there's two officers there, spoke with the other driver for 30 minutes. No statements were taken from me. After the officer conducted his negligent investigation, he proceeded to give me back my license and tell me to pick up the police report. He continued to say that it will reflect what was said, as he did not investigate my side. I don't know what that word says. I don't know. I was something to what that was. After reading the false statement the following day, I found it appropriate to file the complaint about the mistreatment. I feel harassed after being yelled at by an officer who is supposed to protect the public. It's negligent as I was never questioned, nor was a statement taken. I feel discriminated against because after reading the report, I was called emotional and that I had other inappropriate behavior. Never once was my voice raised, vulgar language used, or inappropriate gestures. I called authorities because the other driver made me feel intimidated, threatened, and the police neglected to justify the situation. Also, I had stopped abruptly in bumper-to-bumper traffic. Nobody should be following so close that I cannot comfortably step on my brakes. That's true. The officer should never be impartial in any type of situation where there are no witnesses and they did not witness themselves. Each incident should be treated individually and not like every other case. True. I don't know why that officer would say that, given it's not a reoccurring occurrence with these two individuals. I expect the police report to properly reflect each side, as I did not admit to yelling at the other driver, only firmly spoke to him. I also did not agree to abruptly braking. I also expect an apology on the officer's behalf. This has been a very unjust circumstance. And then scrolling back up, there's a couple of notes. Pretty sure this is Helena Rafferty's notes. Spoke with her December 18th. He indicated blank was following too closely. The tape is 17 minutes. Perceptions, women officers, difficult to deal with. Oh, officers are difficult to deal with. And then spoke with her also 12:13 and let her know complaint in hand. Huh. Well, guess what? They investigate themselves, right? So what do you think comes about of all of this? Date is December 17th, 2012. To Deputy Chief Helena Findlin. This was before she was married. She's now divorced again. Helena Rafferty. From Officer Robert Quirk. Are there any Canton residents that can confirm if this quirk is related to the car dealership quirks? That'd be interesting. Not saying there is. I just have questions. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Uh-oh. Hold on. Chat, do you see me? Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Do you see me, chat still? My whole camera just went dark for a second. I'll give you guys a second to respond. We are live. We are very much live. We see you. You're back. Okay. Sorry, guys. Back to this. Thank you. You start talking about this stuff and it's like, what time is it? 7:44. Okay. Interesting. All right. So this is Robert Quirk's statement on this happened. You guys are the best. Thank you so much. I was dispatched to blank in front of the middle school for a motor vehicle accident after searching the area with Officer Kevin Albert. What? I'm not frozen. But are you a cat? I don't know. It is almost pumpkin spice season. It is. It is. But you know what, Nanya? I have a very hard line of September 1st. That's when I do all the things pumpkin. But here's the problem. Once September 1st hits, it's pumpkin everything for me. Everything. So be prepared. Be prepared. Anyways. All right. I was dispatched to blank in front of the middle school for a motor vehicle accident. After searching the area with Officer Kevin Albert, we were advised by dispatch that the caller had provided us with the wrong location. And they were in fact in front of blank. I then began my response to that location. I arrived on scene with Officer Sean Goode. Why didn't Kevin Albert also go to the scene? So instead, Sean Goode went. There was a pickup truck and another vehicle pulled to the side of the road. When I pulled to the scene, a small silver vehicle being operated by an older white female stopped next to my car and told me that the female operator of the vehicle involved in the accident had been going crazy. I said, okay, thank you, and turned my attention back to the accident scene as it was impeding traffic on a busy road. Dedham Street is like a main road in Canton, by the way. It is very busy. Oh my God, music to my soul. Oh, so Adam Deitch's primary election day is also Pumpkin Spice Day? You betcha. You bet it is. It's a good day. Gonna have a good day. Okay. The operator of the pickup truck, this is their information, blank, was standing by his truck. And the operator of the vehicle, blank. They both explained their sides of what happened, and I took their information back to my cruiser. Officer Goode stood by while I started to write down the information in the cruiser. Due to heavy nature of traffic at the time of the accident, we decided to have the vehicles pull into the blank parking lot. Blank was not helpful, and when Officer Goode and I went up to her vehicle to explain the exchange form, she put her window up on us as we were talking. We then cleared the scene. Maybe because you were probably talking to her like a bunch of fucking assholes. Probably. And now we have from Sean Goode. This is what he says happened. I was dispatched to assist Officer Quirk with a motor vehicle crash in the area of blank. Once I arrived, Officer Quirk was speaking to the male operator while I asked for the female operator's ID. I explained to her that accidents happen all the time. Why is he even saying that? He's already trying to what's the word I'm thinking of? Explain away possibly of like what happened. Like that's not appropriate. Why is he immediately going to a scene and trying to tell one of the people in the accident like, oh yeah, this happens all the time? Huh? Minimize. Emily, live your life. You're the best. And also, Deline, too. And you know what, Allie? Justified too. Agreed. Thank you, guys. Love my chat. Mansplaining. Whoever. Yeah, look at all these terms. I freaking love my chat. Whoever said mansplaining. Also, Jan Mike with patronize. Oh my God, Cameron. Mansplaining to a hysterical woman, I bet. And not even considering her safety. This happening in 2012, when we know the Proctor and Sean Goode WhatsApp messages are from this time frame, is very telling. Is very, 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 very telling. Also gaslighting too. Yes, chat. Yeah. Calming down a hysterical woman, of course. At this time, Officer Quirk took her ID from me, and we all pulled into the blank driveway. Once Officer Quirk was done writing down both operators' information, I followed him to both cars to return the IDs. The female operator, after she received her ID and registration from Officer Quirk, was not very pleasant. Well, because you already are trying to be a dickhead to her, good. Condescending. Ugh. The operator rolled her window up on Officer Quirk while he was trying to explain the report process and drove away. Tale as old as time. And here's what Helena Rafferty had to say. Dear Blank, as discussed on the phone this morning, I am in receipt of your complaint regarding your interaction with Officers Quirk and Goode on the morning of December 10th, 2012. The complaint has been investigated and subsequently unfounded. The officers were deemed to have been operating within the parameters of the rules and regulations of the Canton Police Department. This is a fucking joke. This is a joke. You guys talk to anyone that has dealt with Canton PD and had like not a pleasant experience, or even those that don't want to openly admit to it, this was commonplace. Just investigating themselves and clearing each other of any issues. Canton Police Department Officer Robert Quirk. I just want to see if there's anything online. Not Camden. I said Canton. Really? Hold on. Former law enforcement? Oh my God, is he photographed with Lanka? Huh. Interesting chat. Oh, I am all for this. I am all for this Goblin Misfit. I'll say it again. Get a front and rear dash cam. After one time going in Canton and having all of my information come out because of one time I went in Canton. That's when I decided I needed dash cams. So make sure you have your dash cam, folks. Also for like accidents and stuff too. Oh God. Okay. So I found an old Canton patch from December 1st, 2010. And there's Lanka next to Robert Quirk. They got some kind of special prize from the select board from some case. He's not there anymore though, folks. No idea what Robert Quirk is doing now. He made detective. It says he was detective at one point at Canton Police Department. Huh. Interesting. 2017, he was still there. Oh. Disabled veteran. Huh. Sus. Or maybe that's no. What is this? Police eligible list. Date established June 1st, 2026. No, Robert Butler. No, that's a different person. I hate when Google does that. Interesting. Oh, a sidebar. I never know how to pronounce this last name. Joseph Klimas? Residency Quincy, but he went to Canton Public High. Placed on the eligibility list on December 1st, 2025. If he is brothers with Sean, that's interesting because Sean was a former Canton Police Department member. Was friends with another couple of Canton Police Department members. And there's some interesting stories that I've heard about him, Sean. And he ended up transferring to Quincy PD, and now I believe he's Quincy Fire Department. But as of June 1st, 2026, this Joseph. Oh my God, Jack Albert. What? Why have I never looked at this before? Jack Albert, yes, that's an Albert, is number 3 on the eligibility list for Canton PD. He's also listed as a disabled veteran. It doesn't name his residency. Public High School, Canton. And he was placed on the list on June 1st, 2026. Obviously, just because they're eligible doesn't mean they're going to go for their job. But being so high up on the list is certainly interesting. We saw this previously with Ben Berkowitz and the eligibility list. And we were like, of course, he's going to be placed high on the list. Of course. Jack is Brian's son. I know. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Before or after Brian resigned from the select board, that's Chris Albert, friend. That's Chris Albert. Jack Albert is Brian Albert's son. The one that was in the military. Remember how Brian Higgins and Brian Albert said they were looking at military photos? The picture of Colin with the shirt off, with the tattoo. You're fine, Emily. That was a little sidebar for you guys. A little sidebar for you guys. Oh, and I figured some of you guys would ask about this. Disabled veteran has many different terms and things. It doesn't mean obviously like a typical physical you can see with your eyes disability. It kind of runs a spectrum. So I don't hold any weight to that. Obviously, disabled veteran, you need to file paperwork and prove that you are disabled in order to become considered a disabled veteran, because that also includes getting money from the government and disability pay and whatnot. So I don't, I unfortunately know way too much about that. Way too much. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Quinn says there are also different levels of disability percentage pay as well. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, I am very familiar due to a former partner. So I know. And that can be a whole hell of a process too. All right. Continuing on. Christmas Eve. December 24th, 2026. This one is to Chief Berkowitz. This police complaint regarding Sean Goode responding to my 911 call made July 10th, 2026 from my house. Goode entered the house from the side door, walked over the broken fan in pieces on the floor someone threw across the room, into and through the kitchen to the dining room where I was sitting making a sandwich. Hold on. First of all, it always goes back to sandwiches in this goddamn Canton Police Department. First of all. Oh, did I say 2026? I meant 2016. Sorry, guys. Corey's right. Sorry, Ashley. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I did mean 2016. I'd done this before. So clearly there was a fight that happened where someone threw something. Can you imagine you going through that and be like, I'm gonna make a sandwich? Oh, it cracks me up. All right. Goode asked, what's going on? I explained the last time one of my sons and I argued about he wasn't. Wait, hold on. Goode asked what's going on. I explained the last time one of my sons and I argued about he wasn't taking a cooler of beer and ice and almost got out of control. For the love of God, for those of you in Canton, I know a lot of you drink with your underage kids, and I don't know if this is one of these stories. Stop drinking with your fucking children. Damn. I wasn't going to let that happen again. After I finished explaining why I called 911, Goode started harassing me. "So you're back," he said, puzzled. I replied, "I never left." Okay, so now we know that there is some kind of background between this person complaining and Sean Goode. This went back and forth 4 times. "So you're back." Again, I replied, "I never left." Goode finally replied, "No, you haven't lived here. Where is your ex-wife or your wife? You haven't been here for a while," Goode told me. I wrote down what was said when Goode left. I also called the Norfolk DA the next day, July 11, 2016, about my options. Finally, Goode asked, "You want your sons out of here?" I said, "No, I would just like them to leave." Goode then walked over to the stairs leading to the 2nd floor. I said, "You don't have to go upstairs." He snapped, "Hey, you called us." And FYI, you can tell cops to leave your property. Fucking Goode, man. After Goode was told not to go upstairs, he started to leave. I asked, "When can I get a copy of the police report?" Goode replied, "There will be no report." It says July 10th, 2016 is the first time I ever met Sean Goode, but I do know blank divorce attorney. So someone Sean Goode knows a divorce attorney. Blank is representing blank at no charge. So it's a mutual person between the two, and they're going through a divorce. Blank also thought he could get somewhere with my wife, taking likely his wife out drinking and buying her dinner at an expensive restaurant in Boston in June. When I asked blank about this, he lied, said he wasn't out with blank. Okay. So they're fighting over a woman. And apparently, Sean Goode knows all of them and knows the drama going on with the family. Now, is it because he was called previously to the house and there's been other ongoing issues? Or is it because Sean Goode is a buddy with all these people? I don't know, chat. What do you think? This is the person complaining. These are their notes. Also on July 10th, 2016, blank called Sean Goode after I called 911 and before Goode arrived at my house. Oh, there's our answer. Blank on July 10th, 2016. Blank told Goode a story about my wife and I filing for divorce and a story about me not living in the house. Oh. So apparently what I'm getting out of this, Goode is buddies with this guy who is also in the middle of a divorce, this buddy of Sean Goode. And this buddy of Sean Goode was taking out this person that's complaining, wife, who Sean Goode is thinking is also going to be in a divorce or something, per Sean Goode's friend. Oh boy. This is towny crap. Towny cop's gonna towny cop. Oh, here we go. Oh, this complaint is crazy. Blank is at it again. He didn't learn anything from his action back in December 1999. People went to jail. Lives were ruined because of Blank's actions, and he is at it again. Who is this? So this person that's a buddy of Sean Goode is just running amok for decades? Because now you got December 1999, and then this complaint is July or December of 2016. Blank interfered with a 911 emergency call on behalf of his client, my wife, by calling Goode, the responding Canton police officer, to Blank 911 call on July 10th, 2016, before Goode arrived at Blank. Oh, what? The below links explain why I wrote he didn't learn anything, and they redacted that shit. Oh, there are links and probably articles of these stories that this person attached to their complaint against Sean Goode, and they redacted that shit. Oh, God. I just covered the Low Pilato case. I mean, that was ongoing. Wow. Holy crap. This is 2016 too. This was a decade ago. The citizens of Canton deserve better than Sean Goode when calling 911 in time of need. This wasn't just a case of bad judgment on Goode's part. He chose to ignore the broken fan in pieces laying on the floor, all of the boxes and clothing at the door wherein he entered the house. Goode was there to help a friend, or maybe Blank is also Goode's lawyer. Maybe Goode was helping himself. No! What do you mean? That's also Sean Goode's attorney. Hold on. Was Sean Goode married before Lisa? Listen, the reason why I know the name Lisa Goode is A, because she's a teacher, so public information. B, on other messages with Proctor, Goode was talking about Lisa's hands. Remember? And he was pissed because Sean Goode said his wife wouldn't allow him to take a picture of her chest without any clothing on. Oh, goddamn, Kevy Kev. Goddamn. Holy shit. Wow. Sean Goode does not deserve to be a Canton police officer. Sean Goode needs to be removed from the Canton Police Department forthwith. Maybe in Canton, 911 calls are prioritized by who's calling. Yeah, it seems like it. It's a pattern. Sean Goode's number one priority was the call he received from Blank. Helping a retired 21-year veteran of the Canton Police was more important than a 911 call from a law-abiding citizen of Canton. Shut the... What? What? Who is this? Who is this? Who is a 21-year veteran of the Canton Police Department? An attorney that was representing Sean Goode? I need someone from town reach out to me. It's my username, boozeybeauty@gmail.com. Make sure you spell Boozey Beauty right. You can be anonymous. Send any information you have on this to me, please, so we can uncover this. Because what? What is this? What is this? Oh my God. Okay. Microdots. This is honestly one of my favorite stories, just as a sidebar. Microdot says, do you remember the story of the nice lady who prayed over Brian Albert's lawn and Good chased her and was like just like this towards her? Yes. That actually was one of John O'Keefe's former neighbor. Her name was Joan, and it's one of my personal favorite interviews. I often say to you guys, there are certain things that I go back to all the time. And unfortunately, Sean on the Gulf like took down all these everything that he did during this time frame. So these live streams I don't have access to, but that is one of the best interviews that we got from the very beginning of Canton Police and the duckery that they did. So this woman, Joan, she was originally neighbors of John's sister and brother-in-law. And obviously when Kristen passed away, John's sister, and then unfortunately, subsequently, also John's brother-in-law, John first moved in to that neighborhood. I always pronounce it wrong. Punkapog, I think is how you pronounce it. It's also where Carrie Roberts resides too. As a reminder, Carrie Roberts also has come out to say that she also was a neighbor. And Joan happened to also be there. And there was, and then John moved to One Meadows Ave. Yes, the house that you guys are all familiar with. And she opened up a lot about some stories about Carrie and Jen. But in particular, this one story, after she moved out of state. And once John passed away, she came back and she actually went to 34 Fairview Road just to literally like pray over the scene, not to do anything to bother the Alberts or anything like that. And Joan said in this interview that Brian Albert, like I said, they were still residing there at this point, saw Joan, came out and cussed her out, ended up calling Canton PD. Joan ended up getting out of her car, went back in her car because she was praying. She went back in her vehicle to drive away. Brian Albert then followed her, and it was Sean Goode then that ended up finding her, obviously, because Brian was fucking watching her. And yeah, cussed her out and all of the things and was threatening her. And like I said, Joan, who considered herself a friend of John, still stayed in communication, was very good to John and was trying to help out in all of the ways. And even though she lived in another state at this point, she still deemed it appropriate to come back and mourn him and come back to the community. And that's how Sean Goode and Brian Albert treated her. A real friend to John O'Keefe, mind you. A real friend. Because that's what real friends do. They mourn your loss when you are no longer here. Anyways. Okay. Oh, and by the way, maybe I should like have a stream of the videos that I tend to go back to pretty often. Quite a few of them tend to be some of like Aiden's first reporting. Speaking of that, microdots in particular, when you guys did the testing of Aiden reversing and trying to reverse literally right outside 34 Fairview. And if you guys haven't seen this video, it's incredible, where Aiden literally does like the feet measurement, and he tries to speed in his vehicle. And at one point, Aiden, like, he's reversing, and obviously if you've seen 34 Fairview, it goes up a slight hill and then there's a curve to 34 Fairview. So when Aiden's trying to reverse, trying to speed, which he says he can only get up to 14 miles an hour because it's scary as shit going in reverse that fast, he ended up bumping over that little like curb. So yeah, but that's another one that I go back to all the time to have people reference. This is not a straight shot. It's not a straight line. And it's also a curb. Okay. Back to the rest of this report. I hope you guys like my little sidebar tangents. All right. Where do we leave off with Sean Goode? Sean no fucking good. Well, I'll just reread this again. Here. Maybe in Canton, 911 calls are prioritized by who's calling. Sean Goode's number one priority was the call he received from blank, helping a retired 21-year veteran of the Canton Police who was more important than a 911 call from a law-abiding citizen of Canton. Sean Goode can never be trusted on 911 calls ever again. Chief, if this was my only issue with the Canton Police, maybe this wouldn't be such a big deal, but we both know that's not the case. Arrested twice for no reason, charges dropped, harassed, threatened, dating back to 2004, removed from my house. Currently, I'm living out of state because I fear for my safety living in Canton is at risk. I hope his complaint gets more attention than my past requests for assistance from the Canton Police. Well, friend, your name is redacted, and it may have taken 10 years, but just so you know now, it's getting attention by 1,100 people that are currently watching this live, and there'll be more on the replay. So, yeah. You may have not got the attention that you deserved of in 2016, because we'll get into exactly what the investigation was of this complaint afterwards. But yeah, it's getting the attention now. And again, if you want to come forward, you can put your name on whatever you want. You can stay private, totally fine. But I'm more than willing to have on whoever wants to talk about this stuff, because wow. Also, I can understand too if you don't want to come forward. Wow. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. Here we go. We got another one. Another internal complaint form. This one is specifically for Sean Goode. He was a patrolman. The person reporting this was a student. The description of Sean Goode: taller than average, pudgy, 220 through 230 pounds, male, brown hair. Officer receiving complaint is Sean Goode. Commanding officer notified was Sergeant Dreenan. Type of complaint is intimidation. Oh man, he has a new nickname, Pudgy Sean. Date of this complaint is March 7th, 2016. Ooh, really, Nate Taylor? Or is it? Nate Taylor says, 1992, I started working in Norwood at the Regal Press. When I was hired, they strongly suggested that I avoid going into Canton. I was told I didn't want to be pulled over by the cops and they were all crooked. Oh. All right. Here is the complaint from this person who says they are a student. Sean Goode responded as a backup patrolman responding to some damage done to my vehicle. The event occurred in Canton at Starbucks parking lot. March 7th, 2016, 12:40 p.m. After walking back to my vehicle, he had parked perpendicular in front of me. What? Hold on. After walking back to my vehicle, he had parked perpendicular in front of me, blocking my car. I asked him to move his vehicle so I could leave. He then told me to figure it out myself and said I had already made him lose his patience for me as it is. I took video pictures of him blocking me. I could not leave until he backed up. After he saw I was recording, he raised his voice intentionally after I felt afraid. Okay. On 10:31 a.m. on March 9th, 2 days afterwards, I believe this is Helena Rafferty, spoke with the complainant, told him Officer Goode had a death in the family, convenient, and I would be following up with the officer in the next few days. And then on 10:57 on March 17th, so that's 10 days later, spoke with complainant to let him know still following up, just waiting to hear back from witness. He responded, cool. Yeah, you're talking to a student, so likely that's a child. And then Helena says, spoke to witness blank. She never heard comments from Officer Goode and was intimidated by the complainant. And why are they spilling their coffee? Helena can't even write down notes without spilling shit. She's just messy. She's a messy broad. All right. March 12th. Here we go. This is what Sean Goode says happened that day. On March 7th, 2016, I was working day shift in marked cruiser, Canton 692. At approximately 12:35 p.m., Officer Tim Taylor was dispatched to blank, the Starbucks parking lot, for minor motor vehicle crash. Dispatch informed us that one party believes another car struck his. I arrived after Officer Taylor and immediately could tell the male operator was agitated. I stood by while Officer Taylor explained to both parties that there was no visible damage that we could see, and it's on private property, so we do not file reports. Hey, so to like all residents, if you ask for a cop to file a report, they're supposed to oblige. Period. Period. An example. You're in a fight at a party at a house. Cops don't show up. But you go to file a report the next day at the police department because you realized, hey, I may have a concussion from a physical fight in the head or something. You get punched in the head or something. Just because it's on private property doesn't mean the cops don't file the fucking report. That's not how that works. Yeah, well, apparently now from this by Sean Goode, you can do crime on any private property. Jesus Christ almighty. Lazy. That's just lazy. The male operator was not pleased. And by the way, if this is a young student, that is Sean Goode trying to get one up on the kid, being like, we don't do reports because it's on private property. And the fact that he's writing this to Helena too, and Helena's going to be like, sure. The male operator was not pleased and continued to state that his mother wants a report. Yeah, so this is the kid. At this time, I explained to this party in detail that he was not going to get a report from Canton Police Department or this woman's information. If his vehicle got hit, you're supposed to get the information for insurance. While speaking to him, he ignored me and made a call to his mother on his cell phone, as he should have. I could overhear him saying loudly to his mother, the police are not doing anything, but it's okay. I have the women's plate. I will take care of it. Yeah, likely going to his insurance. I could tell this made the female party very uncomfortable because she already stated that he was aggressive with her before we arrived. At this time, I sternly told the male operator that we were done and to get back in his car and leave the area. He has a history then, again, a pattern, Sean Goode, of trying to force people into vehicles to leave the scenes, doesn't he? The operator began to be sarcastic with me, stating, "Oh, yeah, we are done." I advised him that I was losing patience with him. Oh, so he did say that. And it was time for him to leave in his mother's car. That is a dig to the kid. You need to leave in your mom's car now, buddy. It's not your car, it's your mom's car. The party was not pleased with the outcome and got into his car and began to take photos of our cruisers, as he should. At this time, the female party blank came over to Officer Taylor and me asking if that person got any of her personal information. Blank asked, what if this party showed up to her house? And we advised her to immediately call the police. Did Tim Taylor or Sean Goode know this woman? I was advised later in the day by Sergeant Dreden that the male party came in to file a formal complaint. Sergeant Dreden issued him the proper paperwork and was able to speak to Blank about the incident on my behalf. March 24th, 2016. What do we think? What do we think that their investigation of this complaint came to a conclusion of? Do you think Sergeant Goode was reprimanded? Dear Blank, I have had the opportunity to complete the investigation into the complaint you filed against Officer Sean Goode on March 8th, 2016. I have spoken with the officers regarding their response and further interviewed the witness on scene about the overall interaction. This matter has been satisfactorily addressed. She's married by now, by the way, Helena Rafferty. Oh, here we go. Here's another one. March 7th, 2024. 2024. 2 years after the murder of John O'Keefe, by the way. Dear Officer Goode, this is to advise you that on Tuesday, March 5th, I received notification from a post-intake coordinator that a complaint had been filed with their agency against you. In addition to notifying you of this matter by phone today, please allow this letter to serve as written documentation regarding this civilian complaint. This complaint alleges unnecessary force and possible racial bias. I have forwarded our reports pertaining to the alleged complaints to Post. They will complete a review of this information submitted. It is your right to have an attorney and or union representative present with you at any time during this process. As a word of advisement, she didn't have to add this, by the way. You may at some point be asked about your actions and asked to submit a written report. Your Carney rights will be afforded should they be requested. If the investigation is for a criminal offense, you will be afforded Miranda rights to include your right to counsel. Upon the outcome of the investigation, which will be given to you in writing, you will have the right to appeal any determination made. This, by the way, was right before Trial 1, March 7th, 2024. Trial 1 began April 2024, the next month, where Sean Goode testified about what he did at the scene of 34th Fairview Road. And also admitted that the microphone on his dash cam was not on. It wasn't recording. And also the prisoner camera in his cruiser was not on, which somehow missed the interaction between Jennifer McCabe, Karen Reed, Carrie Roberts. Remember that whole praying scene? And that's when Jen said that Karen told her to Google how long does it take to die in the cold. That all happened in the back of Goode's cruiser. Racial bias, huh? Ooh, April 24th. Sergeant Goode, please allow this letter to serve as documentation that the above noted internal investigations related to complaints filed against you with Post are both officially concluded and determined to be unfounded. Let me check. What was the date that Sergeant Sean Goode with the Canton Police Department testified in the first Karen Reed trial? Let's check. Sergeant Sean Goode of the Canton Police Department testified during the first Karen Reed trial on May 6th and May 7th, 2024 in Norfolk Superior Court. This investigation wrapped up on April 24th. Oh, so you mean they made sure to clean this all up before Sergeant Goode testified? Isn't that convenient? Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. April 11th, 2024. Dear blank, please allow this letter to serve as documentation that the Canton Police Department has investigated the complaints brought forth by you to the Massachusetts Peace Officer Standard and Training Commission. We have deemed the complaints to be unfounded. I would like to thank you for addressing your concerns. I would like to thank you for addressing your concerns. Thank you to bringing this to our attention, but yeah, nothing happened. You wrong. Internal audits resulting from the feedback of people with who we interact are an integral part of making the overall mission of law enforcement successful. How convenient. Okay. This is an email from Post. It was sent Thursday, March 7th, 2024 to Helena Rafferty. This is the Post. They're saying this is a follow-up for the requested documents. I have shared the complaint with your agency. Please submit the documents through the portal. So Post, from this email, we can see, based their findings solely on Canton Police Department's records. Oh, God. They just confirm received by Post. Can you submit the following? The internal affairs number and then the officer notification. Helena on Tuesday, March 5th says, hi, Martine. That's the Post. Here is the follow-up for the December 2023 interaction. IMC records management system is down right now, so I cannot pull up the June 2021 and August 2022 incident she is referring to. There's 2 incidents? But I will get to you when I can access. My recollection is that the firefighters are the ones who loaded her onto the stretcher. Canton PD officers do not wear body cams, but we have a pilot program going that started in January of 2024. Huh. So this person that put in a complaint to Post had several interactions with Goode. The Post also says on Tuesday, March 5th, "Hi, Chief Rafferty. I don't believe," ow, just whacked my microphone. Ouch. "I don't believe we had the pleasure of meeting yet. My name is Martine. I'm an intake coordinator at Post. Post received the attached citizen complaint," which, by the way, for a citizen not to like bypass Canton PD, didn't complain to Canton PD, instead went straight to Post, is a big deal. That means obviously this person did not feel comfortable bringing their complaint to the department directly, and instead, probably out of desperation, which is rightfully so, given Canton PD, went outside of Canton PD to file this complaint because they probably thought that Post would do more investigating, which obviously that didn't happen. This Post coordinator also states, "Would you please forward to us any incident reports you have or an internal affairs investigation involving a report from blank," so this specific civilian, "on or around June 1st, 2021. It seems that blank may have interacted with Officer Goode. If there are no such reports, please let me know. I'm looking to get some context around the civilian complaint that was submitted to Post to assist in determining what, if any, further action the Division of Standards will take with respect to this complaint. I have shared the complaint with the police department through the portal. If you have any reports or IA, please submit them through the portal. Please let me know if you have any questions. If it is easier to call, my number is blah, 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 blah. If there is someone else who I should be connecting with, please let me know." Oh, God. To Chief Helena Rafferty, subject, Internal Affairs Report, complaint blank, from Lieutenant Paul Gallagher. "Mr. Trial 2, I was retired, showed up with a nice vacation tan and a Gucci tie." That's Paul Gallagher. Paul Gallagher, Kevin Albert is the best detective. "Dear Chief Rafferty, I'm writing to provide you with the findings of the internal affairs investigation into the complaint filed by blank verbally regarding an incident involving Canton Police Sergeant Sean Goode." Oh, so you had Gallagher investigate this. Fucking hell. "Other officers, Canavan and Dunlap, were present at the call, but blank's concern were the actions of Sergeant Goode. The internal investigation was conducted by Lieutenant Paul Gallagher. On December 13th, 2023, Canton police officers Canavan, Dunlap, and Sergeant Goode responded to a call blank at approximately 11:15 p.m. where a female party blank was reported to be making unaliving threats. This call was generated by a call from blank, and then blank was the first to arrive and encountered probably the victim, who was allegedly making these threats. However, upon questioning the victim, they denied making any such statements, attributing the report to an argument with her daughter, blank, who was now making things up. Oh, Sergeant Goode arrived at the scene and attempted to confirm the unaliving statements with blank. He had already confirmed the threats with the daughter. Sergeant Goode also knew blank has a history of unaliving ideation. Again, Sean Goode just knows everyone and everything. You guys see the patterns now. Blank continued to deny the threats of self-harm and refused to cooperate when advised to go to the hospital for evaluation. A Section 12 form was filled out for her involuntary evaluation. Bruh. No. Hindsight is 2020 if you've been following the Lindsay Clancy case. Oh my God. We'll go back to January 29th, 2022, when Karen Reed couldn't figure out where her boyfriend was. Not like him to not go home. That's not like him. Not with the kids. Rightfully so, she was freaking the fuck out. Then, after all of the things, they end up finding him. She finds him because she's the one that jumped out of the fucking car. She's trying to save him. Carrie's doing CPR. She's trying to do mouth to mouth. She's quite literally covered in his blood. She's in the moment of shock, actual shock, trauma, instant grief, trying to compute what's going on. If you've ever lived through a traumatic experience and know what happens in the body, you rightfully so are going to lose your shit in whatever way. Fight, flight, fawn, freeze, whatever your body does. And all that it took for Karen Reed to be sectioned in this case, which, by the way, before that, she was being manhandled by Sean Goode. Quite literally, this put into his cruiser. And then when they needed to move the cruiser, he takes her, grabs her arm, and literally shoves her into fucking Carrie Roberts' SUV. Oh, after all of that, she allegedly said that she wanted to unalive herself, to which then to her father on the phone, to then her father then calls Canton PD. Kelly Dever then dispatched to Sean Goode. I showed this video clip of Lank in the back of Sarif's cruiser, because his prisoner cam was on, where he's calling Massachusetts State Police CPAC unit for some help, where he says it looks like John O'Keefe had looked like he'd been beat up, not hit by a vehicle. And the doors open, and you hear the dispatch from Kelly Dever, and then you hear Sean Goode go up to Lank, who's still in the back of Sarif's cruiser, on the phone with Massachusetts State Police CPAC, where he says, I'm going to section her so I know where she is. That's how easy it was to section Karen Reed. And apparently, this individual too, that's as easy as it was. Her daughter says that she's making these unaliving ideation and threats. So I'm just going to section her. But yet Lindsay Clancy literally calls the unaliving hotlines twice and said it wasn't good enough because she didn't have plans. Pretty sure Karen Reed didn't have a plan. Doesn't sound like this person either had a plan. Sean Goode is just throwing out Section 12's willy fucking nilly. This is weaponizing this system, specifically the Section 12s. Oh, and a reminder too. I said this in a previous live stream, that Sean Goode was texting individuals that he never testified who he was texting. Well, this report goes on. Oh, and by the way, apparently Gallagher doesn't see anything wrong with this, and neither does Rafferty. So the supervisors have no problem with this. Instead of cooperating, the victim attempted to go back inside her home. Sergeant Goode was able to secure her arm but she attempted to go inside her home regardless. Why are you manhandling women? I would have slapped the shit out of you, Goode. Boom. Get your fucking hands off me. Pardon my French after all the F-bombs. But just considering how Proctor was talking about Karen that we all heard about that he testified to, we've seen the pages of all the misogynistic statements that Goode, Kennedy, Proctor, Foley. You just think all women are crazy. The victim, who obviously is pissed because now she's being manhandled by Sergeant Sean No fucking Goode, directed profanities at Sergeant Goode. You deserved a lot more than that. Due to her resistance and profanity, officers Dunlap and Canavan handcuffed her to ensure her safety. Yeah, I'm sure. Just like you handcuffed the La Pilatos too, right? And that of the officers. She was walked to the ambulance where she continued to be physically difficult and yell profanities. Yeah, because now you're fucking putting her in cuffs. During her initial assessment in the ambulance, emergency personnel discovered a razor blade in her hair. Well, that's scary as shit. Officer Canavan followed the ambulance to the Good Samaritan Hospital due to Blank's erratic behavior. Upon arrival, emergency personnel advised Officer Canavan that Blank was erratic and manic during the transport. This is why you hear a lot of people nowadays say that modern police departments should have a mental health person to go to scenes like this. Because obviously, Goode, Canavan, and Dunlap had no idea what to do with this individual. Even if they were going through a mental health crisis, that is not what you do to someone if they're making self-unaliving threats, if they're now telling you off, if you try to manhandle them and grab them. That is a natural reaction when you touch someone that doesn't want to be touched. It doesn't matter what the instance is. Don't touch me. It's almost like mental health is all over these cases, folks. Are we not seeing a theme? I can't. Oh, I like to hear that, Quinn. Quinn says, yes, ours is piloting a social worker on-call system. I love that. Every police department needs one because they aren't mental health workers. They don't know what they're doing, and that's okay because that's not their job. Okay. Blank had 2 younger children living with her at this time. Although they were asleep during the incident, a 51A report was filed with the Massachusetts Department of Children and Families. What? As there were concerns about the safety of her children. Bro. It should be noted that Blank has a history of interactions with the Canton Police Department, including prior mental health episodes. Ultimately, Blank took care and custody of her siblings up for the night. Again, I go back to Lindsay Clancy, who said that she was nervous of complaining about whatever and being open and honest of her ideations in fear that her kids were going to be taken away from her. Hello, this is an example of that. Let me reread that paragraph again. The victim had 2 younger children living with her at this time. Although they were asleep during the incident, so they were not involved, aware at all of this incident. A 51A report was filed with the Massachusetts Department of Children and Families as there were concerns about the safety of her children. Simply because 3 cops thought something may happen, they went to the Department of Children. Fucking hate this shit. I really dirty. Dirty, 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 dirty. You're dirty. And for anyone that was questioning Lindsay Clancy case and not trying to reach out more for help, or that Cops wouldn't just call DCF for no reason. Bam, bam, bingo, boom, boom, motherfucker. All it takes is one asshole cop that doesn't like you or doesn't like the things that you said to them. On December 15th, 2023, the victim contacted Lieutenant Gallagher, alleging that Sergeant Goode sectioned her based on her race. Oh. And that the section was unwarranted. Blank, Lieutenant Gallagher reviewed text messages provided by blank, which included statements suggesting unaliving thoughts, such as goodbye forever. Unaliving might be the best thing for me right now. Post all these pills on Facebook and tell everyone goodbye. My kids and stress. I don't want to live anymore. And more. Lieutenant Gallagher explained to blank that the evidence and the probable cause for the mental health evaluation was overwhelming, and officers were obligated to protect her from herself. Then don't manhandle her. Blank insisted she would never hurt herself. Lieutenant Gallagher explained that her statements, texts, and pictures all have legal consequences and cause a legal reaction by police officers. How is that an appropriate statement? You, as a lieutenant, are reading text messages from someone that wants to unalive themselves, and you trying to say, well, for you saying that, now there's legal consequences. And you wonder why victims don't come forward. I'm flabbergasted. Once this was explained, blank further alleged that officers had pulled her arm unnecessarily, which Lieutenant Gallagher promised to investigate further. Lieutenant Gallagher asked blank to come in and give a written, specific, detailed account of her version of events, so we had a complete and accurate record of her complaint. We've already read through several where individuals did that and nothing came out of it. The victim explained the hospital was seeking a long-term bed for her care against her will and did not know when she could do that. Yeah, because you sectioned her and then you called DCF on her. Approximately a month after the incident, blank has not filed a written complaint against Sergeant Goode, although she has been released for several weeks. So Gallagher at least contacted the hospital where she was to see where she was. Or did one of you guys just see her walking down the street one day and say, oh, she's free? Because there's no clarity in that. So we don't know how Gallagher would even know that. And given how Goode and the rest of his complaints against him by civilians have gone about, it seems like they may have just seen her in town when they didn't contact anyone. It is important to note that blank has a history of mental health issues and a tendency to combine medication and alcohol, leading to inaccurate recollections in the past. That's your opinion, Gallagher. Because now you're just saying shit without anything to back it up. Sergeant Goode's report describes her speech as slurred and delayed that night. Well, I don't fucking believe anything Goode says. So there's that. Lieutenant Gallagher examined all available information and evidence, including telephone calls made by blank, who was clearly distressed and concerned about her mother's well-being and safety, so that's the daughter, as well as the well-being of her siblings. Based on the preponderance of evidence, it is evident that blank was in a mental health crisis, justifying the response by Sergeant Goode in filing the Section 12 paperwork and the hospital's determination for long-term care. Yep. Gaslighting. Regarding the use of force, it was a balanced approach to counter blank resistance, consistent with Canton Police policy. Since when do you fuckers follow policy? Shut up. Red Solo cups, snowblowers, Gallagher with a tent in your vehicle that you didn't set up to preserve the scene. Oh, but it would have blown away. Were there not weights in the home that you went into that you could have grabbed to, I don't know, weigh down the goddamn tent? For those of you who don't understand pop-up tents, first of all, they're very easy to set up. There's literally called things like Easy Tent. It's a brand, E-Z, Easy Tent. Literally just pop right up. And usually what you have to weigh them down are stakes if you're in the ground. However, if you're setting this up over pavement, you can put things on it that weigh it down, like sandbags. Now, I didn't think Gallagher would have that, but like I said, those plates, the weighted plates that are photographed in 34 Fairview Road's basement, they're perfect. You just plop them right on. Would have taken them 10 minutes max to set up the tent that was in Gallagher's truck. Policy. Is it policy for you to leave the scene of a murder wide open for anyone to walk all over? A fellow cop that died? Fuck off. Compliance techniques, including arm-wrist manipulation, are permitted to counter a subject's resistance. Where does it say that she was resisting before Goode put his hands on her? Therefore, there was no policy violation in this regard. The victim was well informed of the process and should not have tried to escape the consequences she set in motion with her threats of unaliving. So you're blaming the victim. You're blaming the victim. Trash. Throw them out. Throw them all out. Bye. See you later. Fuck off. You all suck. Fuck off. I hate people that blame victims. No. No. He's literally saying, well, isn't that the consequences of your own actions? Well, guess where Goode is now? Jobless. You defended us as a supremacist. Gallagher, how do you feel? You really know how to pick the winners, don't you? In conclusion, the incident was handled as smoothly as possible given the circumstances. The victim's resistance escalated the situation. Again, not Sean Goode putting his hands on her. But the officers responded with a balanced and calm approach that resulted in no injuries to any party involved, and officers ensured the safety of the children. Are you sure she didn't have any bruising? The text messages are attached and phone calls from blank have been preserved. The complaint filed by blank is unfounded. Don't you love how they italicized and bolded that? Gallagher really wanted you all to see that. Please feel free to contact me if you require any further information or clarification regarding this report. Respectfully, Paul Gallagher. Oh boy. Complaint of improper mental health section by blank. Okay, so this is getting into the complaint by the individual. Let me take a mental breather again for a sec. Oh boy. Oh, reality check. Hi, friend. Spill the tea. Oh, there's a lot of tea to be spilled, friend. Oh boy, there sure is. Beth, thank you so much for the floating heart. Casey, thank you so much for the gold coin. Shit's fucking crazy. Pat, thank you for the treat. Channel trial log. You are the inspiration for my channel. Sure thing. Mhm. And then Mary Montgomery with the husky. Thank you so much. Wow. Oh man, guys. All right, chat. How are you doing? This is a lot. Take a breather for a second because I have a feeling this victim's report is going to be different than what Gallagher and Goode are reporting. When you see this drink, some of you are going to be like, dude, what is that? I need protein in my system right now. I'm getting hungry. This is a naked juice. It's like a protein pineapple orange smoothie. I just need something to keep me going. This is crazy. Oh my God. Right, Corey? Corey says his condensation is triggering. Oh man. Yeah. Tortoise Interference says there were a lot of condescending mofos. There is something extra offensive about it when they are morons too. Mm-hmm. I agree, guys. Kevin from South Boston. I love Boozey's tea. It's the best. Kev, I like this Kevin from South Boston. I don't like the other Kevin from South Boston who gets mad that he has a nickname, Kevin from South Boston, because he literally called in to JFK and James Jackson and said, "Yeah, I'm Kevin from South Boston," and then had the audacity to put that in a report that he wrote up himself when he was trying to get microdots investigated. That Brian Tully accepted. We went over that. That's a good live stream if you haven't seen that yet. Okay. I'm really liking this camera, by the way. I really like it. Okay. I'm a decorated dude. Okay. You're wrong. You're wrong. All right. Let's go to this complaint now, friends. There's still 1,000 of you. Make sure you have liked the live stream, please, so that other residents in Norfolk County can get this popped up on their screen so they can also see what's been going on in Canton. Okay, how do I pop this back up? Right there. All right. So, my ears are starting to hurt. Let me take these off. I don't need them right now. Okay. Complaint of improper mental health section by this victim. The complaint and allegations. On June 9th, 2022, at approximately 1:42 hours. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Who is this written by? Wait, is this Goodies? Okay, no, this is Gallagher. All right, so this is not by the victim. This is Gallagher's report. Oh, boy. Okay. The complaint and allegations. On June 9th, 2022, at approximately 1:42 hours, the Canton Police and Canton Fire Department responded to blank after a 911 call for transport to the hospital. The caller patient alleges she called for high blood pressure to the hospital and was transported unwillingly under Section 12. In blank's complaint, blank alleges she only had blood pressure issues and had only called for high blood pressure and had the right to refuse treatment. Blank further alleges she was pulled by her hands and legs and thrown onto a stretcher and handcuffed by one police officer and two EMTs. Blank alleges the three men banged her knees, and that's when Sergeant Goode decided to fill out a Section 12. As part of the Section 12, Sergeant Goode stated, blank, who has an on and off dating relationship with blank, stated blank made the statement she was going to jump in front of a train. Blank also alleges she spoke to blank and he told her he never stated that to Sergeant Goode. Mm. Mm. Ah. Blank allegedly came to the Canton Police Department the next day and was given a complaint form. It appears Blank filled out the complaint form and signed it on August 12, 2022, and brought it to Canton Police Department headquarters on January 30th, 2023. The complaint was received by Deputy Chief Rafferty. 911 call. This is nuts. 2 911 calls were placed by Blank in the early morning hours of June 9th, 2022. The first occurred at approximately 1:12 a.m. and the second at approximately 1:39 a.m. In the first call, the caller, Blank, speaks with Canton Police Officer Nix. Blank is questioning Officer Nix about her ability to get a restraining order for getting verbally abused. And the next sentence is completely redacted. Blank tells Officer Nix she's feeling some kind of way. She tells Officer Nix she doesn't want to say because you might come take me. Huh. In the second call, Blank tells Officer Nix, I need help. I need help. She asks Officer Nix to send someone to Blank. Officer Nix asks if she just called about a restraining order, and Blank stated she did not. Blank tells Officer Nix she wants help. She's having anxiety and she's going through something right now. Officer Nix asks if she want to go to the hospital. Blank stated yes. Okay, so the original story that the victim said was that she was having some blood pressure issues. Well, guess what anxiety is? Guess what a panic attack is? Any of you that have anxiety things going on, you know. If you know, you know. Your blood pressure can go through the freaking roof and you can't control it. Like for anything. Especially if you have other diagnoses on top of that, like CPTSD, PTSD, and obviously other diagnoses. Like that's crazy. So here's Gallagher admitting that she was saying on the original call, with the second call, that she's having anxiety. Ugh. From my training and experience as a police officer, it appeared to me that she was in a mental health crisis. She said she has anxiety. She's freaking out. When I spoke to Blank about the phone call, she didn't recall calling, but then stated probably. She believes she called because her blood pressure was up, that's anxiety, and she needed an EMT to come take her blood pressure. Blank stated she knew her blood pressure was up because she was overwhelmed. Yeah, you can feel your blood pressure when that happens. Blank stated that EMT showed up, took her blood pressure, and noted it was high. Blank alleges she told them she'd take a pill and call if she needed anything further, but they told her she needed to go to the hospital. I asked Blank if it would surprise her that in neither 911 call, she never mentions her high blood pressure. She said anxiety. Okay, case in point, these officers have no idea about high blood pressure, anxiety, panic attacks, and like I said, other diagnoses that can happen within the body for no reason. Quite literally, things can go on in your body and nothing else occurred. There's just something going on chemically that happens. The neurons start kicking in the wrong directions and things like this happen. And here's Gallagher saying it's gaslighting. I know you called saying you have anxiety, but that has nothing to do with your blood pressure. This is why you need social workers or someone that works within mental health that has the capacity of understanding what may be happening and can reason with the individual that is experiencing something like this. Chat right now is like, what is he even talking about? See? Yep. Jade says, I get hives and allergy symptoms when I get panic attacks. That is another very normal occurrence. What? LOL, Amelia says. Exactly. Oh, there you go, Large Marge. Proctor knows about panic attacks. Dr. Jen, this is ridiculous. Okay. I went through the first call with her and blank responded, I said that. I went through the second call and asked if what she said sounded familiar. Blank responded, no. I asked blank if she walked onto the ambulance. Blank stated she was told she had to go. That was written in the report per Gallagher and Goode. And now, why is Gallagher saying the opposite with these things? This is crazy. If she didn't go, they would arrest her. Do we all think Sean Goode would say something like that? In my opinion, I think so. I told her that was not true. What? Your cops don't have cameras on them. So now you're trying to say, I'm going to take the officer's word as it is. And I'm not going to believe you because you're the one that's sounding crazy right now. I don't think my officers would threaten that to you. Not at all. She said that is what she was told. I responded, there was going to be a Section 12 regardless due to her statements. Blank stated that there wasn't going to be a Section 12. She further claimed that Officer Goode claimed blank said she was going to do something to herself. Blank went on to state several examples of why she would not hurt herself. Okay, so now she's trying to reason with you. God damn. I explained to blank that after hearing the telephone calls and reading the reports, I agreed she was in crisis. Blank asked about her being thrown onto the stretcher. I informed her that there is no evidence of being thrown on the stretcher, but only secured. Again, you think an officer grabbing her by the arm and forcibly walking her over to an ambulance is not manhandling and would already stress out, and clearly already stressed out individual, already admitted was fighting, didn't want to go on to the stretcher or ambulance. So what do you think these officers did? Which then you said above was within Canton Police Department's policy. Holy shit. Canton residents, you are so far better off without Gallagher and Goody on your department. Damn. Furthermore, I explained that no police officers had her legs when she was placed on the stretcher. In fact, blank had admitted that she has had problems with the same knee in the past. Yes, Gallagher retired. He retired before trial 2. Karen Reed trial 2. Blank alleged witness blank did not participate in the investigation despite being requested to do so. Blank stated he had warrants for his arrest. Oh. Blank alleged that a fellow witness did not participate in the investigation despite being requested to do so. And there was warrants for his arrest. Oh, that's tea. Oh. While blank and I were having this conversation, blank was in her car at Canton Police Headquarters. I informed blank he would not be arrested if he came in, or he would clear up his warrants and came in on his own. How the hell did this just fucking jump from, oh my God. Even Gallagher's report doesn't make sense. Blank did neither. However, as previously stated, it was clear from Blank's 911 calls she was in crisis. Blank was advised the complaint was unfounded and Sergeant Goode acted appropriately. This is the reason why Goody was walking around like his shit doesn't stink for so long. The preponderance of evidence shows not only was Blank in crisis, but Blank's credibility is lacking because not only can she not recall even making the telephone calls for help, it took over 7 months to file the actual complaint. Like, there's a way to handle these type of situations. And like, there are ways you can say things. This is not it. This is not it at all. After I informed Blank her complaint was unfounded, she called with another witness, Blank. I contacted Blank, who asked to call me after telling her who I was and what I was investigating. I then received a call from Blank asking me why I was calling her. I told her that she gave me her as a witness after finding her complaint unfounded. I informed her if Blank was really a witness, she should contact me to give a statement. I have not heard from Blank or Blank since. Update on December 15th, 2023, Blank contacted me again with the same allegations on an incident that occurred on December 13th, 2023. The incident involved Sergeant Goode filing a mental health evaluation on Blank after her daughter called and showed Sergeant Goode messages from Blank threatening self-harm. Oh my God, so these are all the other fucking things. Oh my God. Good Lord. Okay. I informed Blank of the context of the report, and she stated they pulled her arm, which wasn't right. I informed Blank how to follow up her complaint. I asked to come at her at her earliest convenience to make sure a written specific complaint was on record. Blank informed me they were trying to find a long-term mental health bed for her, also against her wishes. This whole thing is a shit show. Oh my God. Okay. So this is the June 9th complaint that Gallagher was just talking about. Where they state, I called Canton EMT to my on June 9th, 22. I called Canton EMT to my home to take my blood pressure due to lightheaded and stress for overworking. As the Canton police and EMT showed up, I was crying, sitting on my porch at blank blank. The EMT asked to take my blood pressure, and I agreed, informing them I work over 60 hours this week and was stressed out, and I really think my blood pressure was elevated. Then Officer Goode came over and said, your blood pressure was high. That's when I informed to Officer Goode I would take one of the pills to bring it down. Okay, so she has blood pressure medication. And said if it doesn't go down, I would go back, or I would call back and go to the ER. That's when Officer Goode insisted I go to the ER. Then I walked on the EMT truck and explained the same thing. The EMT, that's when I stated I want to go back into my house and take a blood pressure pill. That's when one officer and two EMTs pulled me by my hands and legs and threw me onto the stretcher and handcuffed me at that same time. I was explaining I do have rights and I have a right to refuse not to go. That's when the three men banged my knees and I stated it's cut off, had something, and something hurts. And then Officer Goode stated he was going to file a Section 12 because I so-called claimed I was going to hurt myself. And I stated, why would I do that? He said, blank, that's her daughter, said that. And after speaking with daughter. He stated he never said that. Oh, that's not daughter. That's someone else. I stated, why would I do that? Sean Goode said, blank said that. And after speaking with this same person, he stated he never said that to him. Did Sean Goode just pull that out of his ass? It wouldn't be the first time he's done that. That's when I was transported to Good Samaritan Psych Ward and released the next morning. Upon my release, I went to the police station to speak with the deputy to file a complaint because I had bruises. I had bruises and my knees were hurting me. That's when this form was handed to me and called the Attorney General's office, and they referred me to speak with the Internal Affairs. So she did have bruises on her. Okay. This is her complaint to Post. Actions taken. This victim contacted the Attorney General's. They contacted Post, filed agency complaint, and hired an attorney. Oh. So this is paperwork from the Post Commission. So the Post Commission called the complainant and is opening this complaint based on the phone call. They wanted to file a complaint with Post. June or July of 2021, to which it states this was actually February 29th, 2020. There was an altercation between the first floor and the second floor. The neighbors, oh God, okay, this is like drama. This is drama. The neighbor's daughter slept with the complainant's daughter's boyfriend. The neighbor's daughter slept with the complainant's daughter's boyfriend. Jesus. So it's kids fighting kids. Complainant said that Officer Goode wrote a report and she was charged. What? Over a fight because people are sleeping with other people? Wow. Goody. Complainant said that officer discriminated against her because she was the one put at fault. Officer is always making the complainant the bad guy. So there's a history here. The post worker asked complainant explain the discrimination. Complainant said that she thinks Officer Goode doesn't like her because she's black. We have plenty of evidence of Sean Goode being racist now. So although this may have not held any weight at that time, hindsight is 2020. This apparently happening in 2020, 2021, 2022. Flash forward to 2026, and we now know that Proctor and Goody very much so could and would discriminate against someone that had more melanin in their skin. Period. I'm telling you, if you didn't go see that live stream when I went over all those text messages, I would highly suggest you go and check that out. She's always put as the aggressor, and then the matter is thrown out of court. Oh, so she's been targeted. Oh, so there's been multiple times when she was put as the aggressor. She's been charged, and then every time it was thrown out. The charges were dropped. Oh. Sounds like rubber ducky gate, doesn't it? Another Canton police officer, the court prosecutor, something with an L, told her not to call the police anymore. Was that Lehan? We'll check it. Crap. What's the actual term? It's not court prosecutor. I forget the actual term that they call it in the police departments. I'll just say this. Who was the Canton police officer in charge of prosecuting cases in 2021? I know there's Lehan. Lank wasn't the prosecutor. I know a couple of you guys are asking that. I forget the actual term that it's called. Or is it Lenhart? I think it's Scott Lenhart, isn't it? I think it's Scott Lenhart. Scott Lenhart served as the official police prosecutor for the Canton Police Department. Officer Lenhart was a longtime member of the department and officially requested his retirement from the Canton Police Force in September 2022. It's not Lally. It's Scott Lenhart. If you... Bruh. So those of you who might be confused, the police departments will have their own officer like in charge of prosecuting like smaller cases. And at that time, it was Scott Lenhart. Jesus. And anyone that's familiar with Canton can co-sign this with me because I knew there was the name. It just blanked out of my head for a second. Wow. So according to this victim's report, Lenhart, after multiple cases that ended up getting dropped, that they tried to force upon this person, Lenhart told her not to call the cops anymore. A citizen of Canton. Don't call Canton PT anymore. Okay, what if my house is burning down? Am I not supposed to call 911? Complainant has never heard Officer Goode say anything about her race. Complainant said Officer Goode always treats her like she can never be good. She was always wrong. Complainant said that the officer sectioned her in the summertime, maybe around August 2022, and this is where it says June 9th, 2022, because she was threatening to harm herself. The complainant's boyfriend said that complainant was threatening to harm herself. Complainant said that is not what her boyfriend said. Complainant's boyfriend, blank, and neighbor, blank, were witnesses. Complainant said that there was excessive force of her being thrown in the ambulance. Complainant was sitting on her porch and was feeling overwhelmed. She said that. She said she felt anxious and her blood pressure was high. And she wanted to take a blood pressure medication to chill out. She called the ambulance to take her blood pressure. The blood pressure was high. The ambulance said that they'd take her to the hospital. Officer Goode picked her up off the chair. He was pushing her into the ambulance. Complainant said Officer Goode and another one picked her up by her arms and legs. They threw her into the ambulance by swinging her and throwing her up on the gurney into the ambulance. Officer Goode was in the ambulance with complainant. Complainant then said that the officer was outside the ambulance. She just remembers that he was there. Officer Goode said, "What?" Officer Goode said, "You're threatening me." Said that complainant was threatening his wife. They took complainant to the hospital and sectioned her. Hold on. Officer Goode said, "You're threatening me." Said that complainant was threatening his wife. Hold on, wait a minute. Goody said, turned to this person who is likely having a mental health episode, high blood pressure, anxiety, maybe a panic attack, who knows? And says, "You're threatening my wife." So they were aware of one another. Goody was aware of this person, and then this person was aware of Goody and Goody's wife. So the real thing here is, sounds like Goody didn't like complainant. Maybe complainant said something about Lisa Goode, and Goody was like, that's too much, in you fucking go. That sounds more likely, doesn't it? Given what we have heard in these complaints, we can visibly see this on the dash cams of how he handles Karen Reed on January 29th, which, by the way, January, February, March, April, May, June. Less than 5 months after manhandling Karen Reed, he's now manhandling someone else. Another woman. They took complainant to the hospital and sectioned her. Complainant said blank witnessed the excessive force. Complainant said that he stepped into the ambulance and he was jerking her to restrain her. That's Sean Goode. Complainant said they were using excessive force to restrain her. Complainant said that she was restrained when she was in the ambulance. She wasn't sure who did this, the police or the ambulance. Complainant was yelling about her leg and her knee. The post commissioner asked if she had any injuries. She said yes. She went to the hospital the next day. She just had meniscus surgery. And the doctor said that she needed a whole new knee replacement. You mean to tell me this woman was healing from a knee surgery, and this is how they treated her? Complainant said that she went to the hospital because of the injury to her knee while being put on a stretcher. The post commissioner asked to clarify the use of force. Complainant said that Officer Goode held her down to put on restraints. Complainant doesn't know who did what, but knows the officers wear body cams. Oh, so it was on body. No, they didn't wear body cams until 2024. They didn't wear body cams until 2024. Complainant walked over to the ambulance. The police then took her hands and arms and dragged her over to the ambulance. When she got to the ambulance, she put her arms up by trying to refuse. Complainant said Officer Goode and a firefighter and maybe another officer grabbed her and threw her into the ambulance. I want to know what firefighters were there for this. The doors were open. Complainant held her arms open and the officer grabbed her and threw her into the ambulance. Officer Goode said, "You're going, you're going." Complainant said, blank saw everything. December 13th, 2023, some officers came to complainant's house. Blank was home and packed a suitcase and said she was moving to her father's house. Okay, so that's her daughter. Complainant was going through an emotional time and sent her daughter photos of her pills. Her daughter called the police saying complainant was trying to harm herself. The police came to the house to ask where the pills were. The police said that their supervisor wanted to talk to complainant. Officer Goode was the supervisor. You really couldn't find another supervisor that hadn't dealt with her before? Like, you're sending someone that has already had negative interactions with this person, that's already going to set them off. You couldn't have sent anyone else? Oh, Officer Goode was a supervisor and told complainant that they were going to section her. Complainant said that there was a real tough one. Complainant said Officer Goode was pulling on her and grabbing her. Complainant said her kids were there. Goode grabs complainant out of the doorway by her arm, and complainant believes he put handcuffs on her. Complainant said that they threw her on the stretcher. The post commissioner clarified that they pushed her onto the stretcher. Complainant said that when she was pushed, she hit the wall on the ambulance and felt metal. Complainant didn't think they restrained her, and then said that they did. Complainant said Her 13-year-old son saw this and saw the police fighting complainant. Complainant hurt her knee with this incident, but she didn't go to the hospital. She already knows she needs a whole new replacement. Complainant was sectioned and was hospital for 6 days. Complainant said that she went to internal affairs and was told that Officer Goode is one of the good ones. He's nice. What? What? Hold on. Hold on. Complainant said that she went to internal affairs. Internal affairs would be Canton Police Department. So she went to Canton PD to talk about these issues and was told that Officer Goode is one of the good ones. He's nice. No. Are you going to have someone come to you as a civilian to make a complaint about one of your fellow officers? And you try to brush it off by saying, like, oh, his last name's Goode. He's one of the good ones. Duh. Again, the audacity. Complainant said that she went to the chief of police. She went to the chief of police and internal affairs in August of 2022. Berky was retired by then, so that would have been Rafferty. Not Rafferty. Not Rafferty, the pick-me. No, she would never say something like that. Never. Complainant filed a complaint and said that the department never got back to her. That tracks. Rafferty, that tracks for you. Friend, that tracks for you. How many people in Canton went to you complaining about things? And what people did you favor? We've got some emails, friends. They were waiting to speak to blank. Complainant said, she's a little tiny thing and can't be roughed up like the police do. She got injured and needs a knee replacement. Okay. All right. And now we've got some emails to Helena Rafferty, and this is on behalf of Post. Hi, Chief Rafferty. I don't believe... Oh, we've already read this. Yeah, we've already read that one. This is another post just saying we got your thing. Okay. So this paperwork is from the complainant about the December 13th, 2023 incident. Agency received date, March 5th, 2024. Let me see. Okay. Okay, so this must be the post one, right? I believe this is the post complaint. So this is what it looks like when you're like online. As you can see by the side of this form, it starts to fade out and then it gets to a point where it completely fades out, but we'll try to read as much as we can, given how shitty this photocopy is. Again, red flag. Okay. Let me see. It says the citizen complaint involves numerous dates and years. Incident date is 12/13/2023. Complainant is a victim. Doesn't have race or gender or ethnicity. Email, no phone number. Complainant race is Black or African American. Complainant gender is female. Complainant ethnicity is unknown. Anonymous witness. The update by Helena Rafferty was on March 7th, 2024, and it was last modified April 3rd, 2024. Okay. So we've got some allegations numbers against Sean Goode for bias and use of force. And it looks like they attached some documents. That's from Canton PD. You can tell by the blue on it. Okay. Keep scrolling for us. Here's another date. This is for the June 1st, 2021. And this is the post commissioner calling the complainant. We already went over all this. Okay. So the post commissioner, based off of that phone call, agreed to open up the complaint investigation. Like I said, I'm going to read as much as I can given the crappiness of this photocopy. So be patient. I may have to skip over some things and I have to end in the middle of a sentence because there's only so much I can read given the ink on this. I just don't understand you have a public records request and why this is okay to send. Like now we're talking about, we have multiple investigations, internal complaints about Sean Goode. You have taxpayer dollars going to those investigations. You have someone contacted the attorney general. That's more taxpayer dollars. You have someone contacting Post. That's more taxpayer dollars. Like this is just like money on top of money on top of money that's being funded not only by Canton residents, but also just residents of Norfolk County and Massachusetts. And like, this is the quality of public records that you send. You couldn't even get a better photocopy. Perhaps maybe ask Post Commission to send the proper documentation so we have the full report. Instead of us now, if we want to see this report, we have to go to Post ourselves and get that as a citizen. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. All right. Trying my best, friends. Oh my God, you guys are so welcome. You're so welcome, Written Dreams. You guys are funny. All right. June or July of 2021, there was an altercation between the first floor. Okay, we already read this, didn't we? The neighbor's daughter slept with the complainant's daughter. Yeah, we read that. Goode doesn't like her because she is black. She's always put on as the aggressor. And then the master. Okay, let me start over. I think there are some different things in here. June or July 2021, there was an altercation between the first floor and second floor. The neighbor's daughter slept with the complainant's daughter boyfriend. Complainant said that Officer Goode wrote a report and she was charged. Complainant said that officer discriminated against her because she was the one put at fault. Officer is always making complaints, complaining the bad guy. Asked complainant, explained discrimination, said that she thinks Officer Goode doesn't like her because she is black. She's always put as the aggressor. And then the matter is thrown out of court. Oh, we did read this already. Complainant said the officer sectioned her in summer. We did read this. Ooh, do I get saved all of these pages? Can you guys, if you're not looking at the screen right now, this is what I'm talking about. What is this? You're actually kidding me with the quality of this photocopy right now. What is this? Like, I'm pretty sure this is stuff we already read. This we didn't read yet, though. This is something different in this section of it. Complainant is a victim, Black or American, female, not Hispanic, Latino, or Spanish origin. So this stuff is new. This is not included up above anywhere. And you look at the left-hand side. You can't even see anything. How are you even redacting? How do you know what you're redacting? What? What? You can't read that? This is shady as F. You mean other than illegible? This is terrible. Oh, at least you guys see in firsthand what it's like dealing with public records requests. So this is all like other stuff, new stuff that we don't know what, we can't really see anything. Like, so this one, oh, allegation type. There's 3 allegations for this one against, it's got to be against Sean Goode because all of this is Sean Goode. Allegation type: bias, use of force, death or injury. What can I get out of this? March 8th, March 5th, looks like 2024, and February 23rd, that's a guess. Oh, February 13th? I don't know, chat. I don't know, chat. Thank you for being patient because this photocopy is terrible. Okay, we already read this from Gallagher. Okay. And then finally we have the Attorney General report complaint that this same individual did. So we can see Canton Police Officer Goode, police officer or department, retaliation for filing a complaint. When did they file this? There's no, maybe there's a date at the bottom. There's no date on this. Well, how are we supposed to know when this happened if there's no date on it? Did you leave out pages? Where's the rest of this? For any of you who have ever reported anything to the Attorney General, you know that you have to write in sections about what you are reporting for and like give like very detailed descriptions, because if you don't, the Attorney General is not even going to bat an eye. Like, they barely take anything on. Like, you have to have like very hardcore like allegations and evidence for the Attorney General to do anything. As you can tell, the Attorney General is not doing jack shit. Andrea Campbell, thank you so much for doing nothing about John O'Keefe's murder investigation. Thank you. Love that you're taking my taxpayer dollars. There's no other information regarding this complaint. There's no more information. There's no date. There's no details. No nothing. Actually, you know what, Dancing Quinn? There you go. Dancing Quinn goes, do you trust they are sending everything? Why would they be honest now? Bada bing, bada boom. They didn't even give us the entire Attorney General's report that this person gave. These people. January 17th, 2023. This is from the Attorney General. So this is not the complaint. This is a response from the AG's office. So again, that's all missing still. Dear blank, thank you for contacting the Office of the Attorney General. Enclosed is a civil rights complaint form for you to complete and return to the following address. If you wish to provide any documents that you think will be helpful to the Civil Rights Division in reviewing your complaint, please be sure to include copies, not originals, of such documents. Thank you for contacting the Office of the Attorney General. And that's it. We got nothing else. We got nothing else. That's it. We don't know what this person said to the AG's office. If they did send in anything else, there's nothing. I love my state. I love my county. I love it so much. I'm being facetious. Well, that was 52 plus pages from the new documents of Sean Goode. I did want to give you guys a reminder, because even amongst all of those shenanigans, there actually is good news. And I always like to give you guys a little bit of positivity. Move over more. Let me see. Okay. We can thank Michael Proctor for keeping his iCloud data because, in particular, June 9th, this was reported by Boston Fox 25. It's just Boston 25. I still call it Fox. The Committee for Public Counsel Services is demanding records of open and closed cases involving former trooper, Massachusetts State Police Trooper Michael Proctor, and former Canton Sergeant Sean Goode in the wake of Karen Reed's new lawsuit. That was the lawsuit that was filed, Karen Reed versus Massachusetts State Police and Canton Police Department. And I'm sure some of you will probably be like, I don't think I've heard of that. I don't know what you're talking about. Let me, for a second, okay, let me share my screen so you guys can also see this paperwork. Okay, add to stage. There we go. I'll zoom in so we can read this because I always like to give you some positivity amongst all of the shenanigans. Okay. So who is CPCS, the Committee for Public Counsel Services? As you can see, defending the people of Massachusetts. It's the public defenders of Massachusetts. They are, I don't want to say infamous, but I want to say they are most known for their work in the drug lab scandals in Massachusetts. There were two different ones. If you guys watch on Netflix How to Fix a Drug Scandal, that was CPCS working very, very diligently on trying to uncover what was going on in two separate Massachusetts drug labs. Okay. Now they're getting involved in the Proctor and Goode cases. So sent on June 9th of this year, again from CPCS. This is to Jennifer Staples of the Massachusetts State Police, where the group CPCS is saying, "Dear Chief Staples, I am writing in light of the recently filed civil complaint listing I've been talking too much. Virulently racist, sexist, anti-Semitic, homophobic, and hateful text and audio messages exchanged by Michael Proctor and Sean Goode." And then it listed Karen Reed's lawsuit against MSP and CPD. There are also allegations in the complaint that Proctor messaged at least one fellow officer, if not more, about planting evidence on suspects. According to the complaint, the Massachusetts State Police were aware of these messages at least as early as February 2024, but did not investigate, discipline, terminate, or otherwise punish Proctor, nor take any steps to examine whether his bigotry was impacting his police work at the time. Also, prior to joining MSP, Proctor shared his reprehensible views with other law enforcement officers, presumably at least members of the Canton Police Department, if not other agencies. There is no question that such messages demonstrate bias and misconduct by the officers who sent them and therefore constitute mandatory discovery under Rule 14 of the Massachusetts Rules of Criminal Procedure. Therefore, any defendant who has or had a case involving Proctor is entitled to be made aware of these messages. To ensure that all impacted defendants receive the evidence to which they are constitutionally entitled, I ask that the Massachusetts State Police provide to the Committee for Public Counsel Services a list of all open and closed cases in which Michael Proctor was an investigator. This list includes the defendant's name, the docket number of the case, the Massachusetts State Police internal case number, and the numbers of any police reports produced in this case. I appreciate your attention to this request and look forward to your response. Well, someone else also got a similar sheet of paper, and that would be Michael Morrissey, Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. It's all pretty much the same. Let me see. I don't think there's much else done here. Okay. This is a little bit different. Okay. Oh boy. So, right here. It is my understanding that your office agrees that these types of text are exculpatory evidence requiring disclosure and already notifies counsel for defendants whose open cases involved Trooper Proctor of his abhorrent views. Like, hey, you did this, like, this is going on, now you got to give it up. But they go on to state, however, more must be done. Okay, it says the Supreme Judicial Court held that the Department of Justice's findings of misconduct within the Springfield Police Department unquestionably triggered the Hampden County District Attorney's Office duty to investigate. The opinion also discusses, let me share, additional obligations regarding the disclosure of evidence to impacted individuals. Thus, it is clear that the text messages from the United States Attorney's Office for the District of Massachusetts and from the Massachusetts State Police triggered your office's duty to investigate, disclose exculpatory evidence, and identify all impacted individuals. Do you think they've done that since October? No, that's why this happened in June. It took Karen Reed's lawsuit for CPCS to start doing stuff because Norfolk County DA's office, Massachusetts State Police aren't doing anything. To ensure that all impacted defendants receive the evidence to which they are constitutionally entitled, I'm asking that your office take the following steps. Review the contents of all text messages in your office's possession to determine if there is any information reflecting bias or prejudice by other officers besides Trooper Proctor. It is clear from the attached complaint that your office is in possession of materials that demonstrate bias of Officer Goode and that there may be others. Hence, Proctor's group chat from Trial 1. That was all Mass State Police, guys. Identify all cases, both open and closed, in which these officers were involved, and notify all impacted defendants of this exculpatory evidence. The Hampden County DA's office notified defendants with open cases through their attorneys of the existence of exculpatory evidence and provided access to the evidence. CPCS provided notice directly to defendants with closed cases, and we would happy to do the same here. In order to do so, we ask you to provide us with the following information: a list of docket numbers of all open and closed cases in which Michael Proctor was involved since he became a member of CPD and then later with MSP. And I remember this being a thing online for a while. I have not seen any evidence that Michael Proctor was ever a Canton Police Department member. We do have records that he tried to become a Boston police officer and was denied. And then we have text messages where he was first interviewing to be a Mass State Police officer and got the job. And him and his buddies were like, how did that happen? I don't know. So I don't think there's any evidence of him being CPD, FYI. There's been a lot of other records to say he wasn't. Although he definitely would have been welcome with open arms as a fellow townie. And his buddy Goody and Foley on the force. They're also asking for a list of docket numbers of all open and closed cases in which Sean Goode was involved since he became a member of CPD, and a list of docket numbers of all open and closed cases for any other officer for whom your office has evidence of bias. I appreciate your attention to this request and look forward to your response. There's a little bit more, though, because CPCS is actually thorough. Yay. Finally. For those of you who aren't understanding fully what's going on, important information, RE, Mass State Police Detective Michael Proctor and the Canton Police Sergeant Sean Goode. This is from CPCS's Special Projects Unit, June 8th, 2026. A quick overview. This is the reason why they're getting involved. As part of the litigation in the Karen Reed trial, the United States government obtained 56 pages of messages involving MSP Detective Proctor, CPT Sergeant Goode, and unknown other Massachusetts law enforcement officers. While not all messages have been made public, those that have demonstrate extreme racism, sexism, and bigotry on the part of Goode and Proctor and contain references to Proctor planting drugs on suspects. Most of the messages remain subject to a federal protective order. If you represent a defendant in a pending case or an active post-conviction case where Proctor or Goode played an important role, you should file a motion requesting access to the unredacted text messages currently in the possession of the Commonwealth. You may need to agree to a protective order, especially if your client is a member of one of the groups toward which Proctor and or Goode expressed bias. And FYI, that's pretty much almost everyone. Literally. It's almost everyone. Like, one could even make an argument, and I know Grant says this sometimes, where technically even like if Aiden Carney wanted to be like, well, they discriminate against me because there's Proctor mocking Irish people. So like literally everyone. CPCS says what we know during a federal probe into law enforcement's handling of the Karen Reed investigation, the USAO obtained text messages between MSP Michael Proctor, CPD Sean Goode, and other members of law enforcement personnel. Some or all of these messages were eventually provided to the Norfolk County DA's office and counsel for Ms. Reed. These messages were and appear to still be subject to a federal protective order. Starting in late 2024, the DA's office began notifying counsel in open cases involving at least Proctor of the existence of these messages and offering to provide them to counsel subject to a protective order. Additionally, as of late 2024, the DA's office had obtained an extraction of Proctor's work cell phone and cloud account, but it is unclear if the DA's office has completed their review of those files, and if so, whether any additional evidence was discovered. On June 4th, 2026, Karen Reed filed a civil complaint against Mass State Police and the Town of Canton. The complaint includes a portion of the Proctor and Goode text and transcribed audio messages are transcribed. It's unclear which text messages and which are audio messages. We now got some clarity on that, by the way. Please be aware that these messages are extremely racist, sexist, and bigoted and contain graphic descriptions of sexual assault. These messages appear on the following pages of the attached civil complaint, which is Karen Reed versus MSP CPD. The messages are both set out in bulleted lists and contained in the body of paragraphs. There was a USB exhibit attached to the civil complaint containing a subset of audio messages involving Proctor and Goode. CPCS will attempt to get a copy of the files on that drive. Next step CPCS is taking. CPCS will request a list of all open and closed cases involving Proctor from the MSP, NCDAO, Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, and other DA's offices. We will also request from the DA's office a list of all open and closed cases involving Goode. As noted above, we will attempt to obtain the files attached as an exhibit to Ms. Reed's civil complaint and confirm the status of any existing protective orders. We expect to learn much more in the coming weeks and months, and will send additional advisories as we learn more. Additionally, there may be more MSP and or CPD officers implicated in this scandal, and we will include any additional officers in later advisories. Practice tips for attorneys. If your case involves Proctor or Goode and is open on direct or collateral appeal, or has an active motion for new trial pending, you should request the 56 pages of messages that are apparently in the possession of the DA's office and any exculpatory evidence contained in Proctor's MSP work, phone, and cloud account. You should also request the result of the DA's review of those files. Further, if you have a client with a closed case involving Proctor or Goode, and he or she is facing an immediate immigration or other federal consequence, you may wish to pursue similar requests. And then they give off their inquiries. And that is that. Well. Interesting, huh, friends? How interesting. Like I said, I love my county. I love my county. Phil. Oh my God, Phil with the cutest dog ever. Thank you for the sparkles. Thank you, Night Owl Nurse. What did I just say? Night Owl Nurse? No, Night Owl Nurse. This is when you know I've been talking too much. I'm a talker and I've been talking too much. Thank you, Night Owl Nurse, for the flower. Thank you, E. Chase, for the sparkles. Pammers, thank you. You say that first report said she was in an on-again, off-again relationship with blank. It's hard to follow with all the redactions. So I'm sorry if I kind of buzzed by some because they were very confusing. Goode spoke with blank, who said she may self-harm. In my opinion, Goode was friends with the blank, causing Goode to arrest or section. It's highly possible. I mean, just given the history, just of Canton PD, like, period. Like, they already had a reputation. And it's funny for those that have come out. It's less now after the messages of Proctor and Goode. But, like, to see so many people, like, vehemently, like, try to get Proctor's job back when he was on suspension. Like, the majority of those people that were reaching out were either A, not residents, random fucking people on the internet, or B, residents of Canton that clearly have friendships and relationships with people like Proctor and Goode. Like, it's clear as day. Like Gary Roberts saying that it's unfair that Proctor, Fanning, Buchanan, they're all being targeted. Hello? You're kidding me, right? Would you actually feel comfortable knowing that Proctor and Goode and other Canton men live in your town, some of them having the authority, which is terrible when you think of on two different aspects, because you have a CPD officer, which does more of like the lower crimes, right? i.e. pulling you over in your vehicle, targeting you in your vehicle, which I heard, again, used to be commonplace in the town. We saw that in the La Pilato filings. But then you also have another officer that works for Mass State Police that also lives in town that does more of like the bigger crimes, i.e. cases like someone that dies and it's an unattended death. Like, I don't know how you're supposed to feel comfortable. And then especially when you hear stories of witness James Sullivan from C.F. McCarthy's, who was present with John and Karen before John and Karen walked across the street to the waterfall. And you hear during his interview that Proctor essentially made shit up. You know, like, I don't know. And then you're seeing these people like Goody and Proctor around town. Could be at a pizza place, could be at a bar, could be at Shaw's. And you're supposed to feel comfortable going into establishments with officers acting like that. Like I said, you guys are way better off without those officers. Way better off. I'm sure some would disagree because there's obviously people that were being protected. Oh well. DP, thank you so much for the floating heart. Lovely E. Chase became a member. Thank you so much. Appreciate you always. Thank you for modding for me. Mima sent a silver star. Thank you so much. Law and Disorder. I love that username, by the way. Became a member as well. Thank you so much for being here. Enjoy the emojis as well as the incoming members only live that'll happen soon. Soon. Oh, and you gifted a membership. Hey, yeah. Well, congratulations to whoever got that. The chat's too far gone now, but thank you. We also have Turtle Boy was right, sending a flower. Thank you so much. And then we also have, okay. Erin asked me, were you raised in the county? Did I physically live in the county the majority of my life? Yes. Did I also spend a very large portion of my life in Dorchester, which is basically Boston? Yes. Which I think is what gave me a little more grit than just like the normal South Shore, Norfolk County kind of gal. You know, I've got I think you guys can kind of feel I have a little bit of an edge to me. She has a little spice, just a little cayenne pepper. The universe made me and was like, a little sugar and then a fuck ton of spice. Oh God. Okay. Let's see what else you guys are saying. Oh. Big Girl says, flock cameras are a big type of conversation, especially now. Big Girl says 8 flock cameras in Canton. They, CPD, have all access to everything. Those cameras as track. Yep. And it's not just fucking license plates. No, 100%. And actually, before the flock cameras, if you guys remember Aiden's rolling rally, well, obviously they found about this beforehand. So they didn't have flock cameras, but they, instead of having CPD there, they actually put up cameras to watch to see what everyone was doing in town. And I also have heard previously that cameras would be set up in certain places in town. And again, this is before the flock cameras. When they heard of other things that may be coming in certain things, specifically around like the highway getting right into town. So it's definitely not new for Canton PD. Oh, and the person that would have been in charge of setting up the cameras in Canton specifically, that would have been okayed by Helena Rafferty as well as Massachusetts State Police. So, again, just something to think about. Okay. You guys are funny. Steven says, I grew up in Neponset, Dorchester. Yes. Now I know why I like Boozey. Yes. Neponset Ave. Literally, me too. Right near St. Anne's. That's what we always talk about. That's what we always talk about. What church were you going to? Yup. Ave. Oh, thanks, Joe Mar. Joe Mar says, hi, beautiful Boozey Beauty. Just got here. You're going to like this one. Lots of info on Sean Goode. I'm going to have to rewatch from the beginning. Spicy is good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Carolyn says, as someone who doesn't live anywhere near Massachusetts, all of this stuff is absolutely wild to me. Pay attention to what's going on locally to you too, because you'd be surprised once you start pulling some threads. Turtle Power sent a floating heart. Thank you so much. Thank you, Butch. Sacrilege. Good. Proctor. Isn't that from the Salem witch trials? Yup. No, but literally though. But actually, you know, like I said, the universe works in very funny ways. Very funny ways. Scott. Scott says, flock cameras are a big issue. The ACLU has been attempting to work on it. But I always disagree with ACLU politics. Yeah. I mean, there's been, I forget what, like, you'll see it up on news stations that like certain towns and cities are actually pulling the flock cameras down. I can't remember which city or town recently did it in Massachusetts. It literally happened like this past week because an officer in the police department was abusing the privilege of the flock cameras and went to look up something or someone for his own personal matter. Sound familiar? Using resources from the state or federal agencies for your own personal matters. Anyways, so they ended up taking down all the flock cameras because they're like, one cop fucked around. Nah, we're done. Now, if that was to happen in other towns, I don't know. Do you think Chief Daniels, who was recently put in at Canton, do you think he would also take it down? I like Chief Daniels, by the way. Sorry, my headphones got all twisted. I do like Chief Daniels. I do. I was a little concerned at first over something that was said, but then, unfortunately, the Goody and Proctor text messages came out, and his interview on that, speaking openly, especially coming from a black man, but especially a black man in law enforcement, especially a black man in law enforcement that is a chief that literally goes into these departments and is like the cleanup crew, for lack of better words. And yeah, it was very powerful, Daniels was saying. And there were some defenders that were trying to make it seem like Daniels were saying something else. No. 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 He's not that type of cop. He called bullshit, and I'm glad he did. Carrie B. Hi, Boozey. Long-time follower. Love that you're on YouTube. Yay! Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm still having a problem with TikTok, so I just, I said, fine, I'll work on my YouTube of it all. Hence why I built all of this. This is crazy. Anyways, okay, let's see if you guys are saying anything else that I need to answer. Oh, you guys are saying, oh, MB says, we've had at least 6 and several other in contention. 2 of the canceled are extremely close, as is one on contention. Yeah, the flock camera is like, that's a slippery slope. If you've got someone that wants to use their, their badge as a weapon, that's scary. That's scary. Yep. Kelly. Yep. At least 5 to 6 news stories around the U.S. about cops using flock cameras to look up exes or similar getting fired. Yep. I can't remember. It was Massachusetts. It was a male cop. I forget exactly what he was doing, but the whole town was like, "Nah, we're done. We're done with this." All right, let's see. And I feel like we're going to hear more of that as it continues on. Jen, thank you for the laughing disco. Thank you so much. Scott asked, new CPD chief is trying to make a difference, but is he over his head with embedded corruption? I think he knew what he was getting into, but I think the good of it all may have shocked him. Not that obviously as a black man, he obviously has his own lived experiences. That's like a duh moment, but I don't think he was expecting something like that. Clearly he knew about all of the things and the audit and all of it. And yeah, you could just tell in this interview, he was very much like, fuck, he was very accountable. He was like, this is my department now, and this is what we're doing. It's crazy. It's and the fact that you had, all the supervisors backing them up too, if not the entire department, majority of Canton PD, and then who knows who in Massachusetts State Police. Tale as old as time. Oh, you like my snake? Isn't it cute? I like my decor. I need to do something here, though. I was thinking maybe just like a colorful light or something. I don't like that it's naked. TMI, TMI. See, here we go. There's another one. My town had a cop resign because he was caught using it for unapproved things. Exactly. Ooh, making changes says one cop used the flock 46 times to track a former girlfriend. Ew. That's stalker. That's stalker. Music to my soul says, I think you should put your date sign there. So here's the problem. This wall, this was very difficult to set up. And I don't know if you caught if you caught the fundraiser of Emily and Mizzy. They did like a 12-hour plus long fundraiser, and me and Sam Beningo were the last two. They saved the best for last. They saved the two talkers for last because they barely had to talk. Me and Sam won't shut the F up. But I actually had my Adam Deitch for DA sign up. And it was literally when I was talking about Chris Albert. The sign went flying, like quite literally went flying down to the ground. And the faces of all four of us, we were all like, oh. And I was like, it's the voodoo. It's the mother duck and voodoo dolls. This is what you get for talking about Chris Albert. Oh, which by the way, don't worry, we'll do a live stream on all of that stuff too. I'm telling you, I spent a week and a half off doing research and building things, so I got a lot. We got a lot to cover. I did. Your wall ejected the sign. I don't know if it was my wall or if it was something else, but it was something. It was something. Oh, Carolyn, you're so sweet. Boozey, you and Sam are awesome together. I'm telling you, the girls, oh man, I have like such a sweet spot in my heart for Emily, Corey, Sam, Mizzy. Like I can't tell you, they've been so kind to me and really have taken me in some difficult times. So yeah, the girls are great. I love the girls so much. So I could put up a Taylor Swift photo. However, I don't want to be obvious. I already have Opalite and Life of a Showgirl. And can you see? You can't see way up there. Like way up there, I've got more TS stuff. Actually, if I move, oh, you can't really see it. I've got another one down there. I mean, I have a couple of autographed photos of Taylor Swift. The problem is they're on like that shiny like photo paper, and with the lighting, it bounces off and it doesn't look good. It needs to be like on flat canvas for it not to bounce back. That's very technical. You don't need to know that. Oh God, you like the plain wall? Okay. I just like things. I like things. Sam is awesome. Carla, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome. Enjoy the emojis. And like I said, I will have a members only live. I'm trying to do this week. I want to go live a few more times, you guys, because I feel like I owe you. I feel like I owe you. Oh, Kevin from South Boston. Can we please arrange a show with you and Professor Towel? Oh my God. I will talk to Grant all day, every day. I love Grant. Truly. And the thing I like about Grant too is when he goes off on tangents, you can ground him. You can bring him back down to earth, which I appreciate. I love the tangents. I also love when you can like land the plane, and bring him back down. So, I love Towel. And I love the towels in chat. I know you guys are here. Oh, Law and Disorder says, thank you so much. I grew up in Easton. Okay. I was warned by my parents when I got my license, stay out of Canton. That was 50 years ago. Oh. That Says it all. It says it all. Shit. Oh, God. Oh. Sam, I agree, Scott. Sam is wise in her opinions. I respect her very much. Always insightful. I agree. I agree. You like the Easter egg subdomart. I do too. I do too. Oh, God. I know. I know. Brandy says, when Grant discovers something new, his reactions are awesome. I agree. I agree. He's like, whoa, whoa. I love the that run song that he does. He's just funny. He has since discovered music on his live streams, and I'm obsessed. I'm obsessed. I knew he loved EDM. I knew that shit. I don't know what is up with us neurodivergents, but we love when there's like a beat here and then a different beat here in our brain. It's just like, yeah, it like equals us out. For a lot of people, it just kind of it makes their brain go crazy. But for those of us that have different wires in our brains, having the different beats in either ear, we're like, yeah. It's hard to explain. But if you get it, you get it. John Lunch Bucket, hello, my friend. Damn, didn't get alerted to the live. Damn, but you're here now. Hi, Boozey in chat. Love you all, free Karen readers. Screw the anti-Karen readers. Yeah, especially on all the platforms. Just block them. I block everyone. You guys already know that if you've been here. Oh, music to my soul. Thank you for reminding me. Also, I think you should make your Boozey Beauty Tumblr graphic in the corner into an actual Tumblr and sell it as merch. 10 out of 10 would want that to buy that. I am working on merch. My first thing was fixing all of this for us so I can get this better. I will be off of StreamYard hopefully very soon. I was talking to E-Chase about this. I have been busting my ass and going back to the early 2000s coding, like quite literally getting into HTML and like hex code for colors and things. Like I've really been like grinding on fixing my live platform so I don't have to deal with StreamYard anymore. It has so many problems all the time. And being something that's more custom for me, which I want. I know that someone's going to be out there. Yeah, you're an Android girly. You want custom. I do. I like the customization of it all. But like the platform I'm building, I'll be able to like pull up games for you guys and stuff. So if I need to walk away, you guys can like play a game live. Like it's incredible. Like if you know Twitch, it's Twitch but on YouTube. And I'm so excited. I'm so excited. This will be all custom. I'm so excited. It's just taking me a long time because I'm a perfectionist and I need to make sure that it all works before I go live. That will be a members only live when I'm playing around. You guys will see the mess behind the scenes if you are a member. So if you like seeing people get aggravated and screwed over by technology, join as a member because that live stream's coming. Oh my God. Tiffany says beach towel. I love that. Yes. Oh my God. You guys are so nice. Like, honestly, my chat's the best. You guys are so nice to me, to other creators. This is exactly what I want in my community to be. No bullshit. You can be honest in the chat. Obviously, just don't take it too far, please. But you guys, like you guys are talking about Grant very kindly. I saw Mizzy talking about Emily. Like, everyone's just being so nice. And Sam, like, honestly, you guys are just the best. Like, seriously. Jane, yes, Grant has been uncovering shit this week. Yes. And his live stream a couple of days ago sent me down my own journey. And I found some things on Judge Canoni, Judge Gilday, and Robert Cosgrove. Yeah. So I need to put all of the things that I found together, and that will be a live stream this week. Now, I don't know if someone like Aiden Carney will be able to use this information. I don't know if it's like that quote unquote important. I don't know. I have no idea. But the connections are starting to connectioning. And I quite literally have audio of Cosgrove and Canoni. So, to be continued. I'm like dropping bombs. Everyone's like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? I don't bullshit, friends. Joe Moore. Oh my God, your photo is beautiful. Where is that, Joe? Oh my God, I'm such a water baby. Oh, I love the water. Stunning. It looks like there's a pier behind you too. Oh my God. I love that I have a huge monitor now so I can see your photos much more easier. Oh, thank you, Joe, for becoming a member. Thank you. Thank you. Oh yeah. If you guys aren't subbed, that could be part of the issue with the notifications. And also too, there is a way you can have your notifications on. So make sure you have that in your YouTube settings, not just for me, for any of your favorite creators. And that is supposed to tell YouTube to notify for everything. I know you can click on notify for everything. Sometimes YouTube will and won't. Just be aware of that. Just be aware of that. Oh my God. E-Chase, beautiful moderator. Boozey's been working hard. Stupidly hard. I sent E-Chase a photo of what you guys' chats are going to look like because it's all custom. The custom chats, it's gorgeous. They have animation. They're beautiful. Took me 4 days just to do the chat. Tell me you're a perfectionist without telling me you are a perfectionist. Oh God. That lighting looks fantastic. So this is the same lighting that I've had. It's the camera. This thing is beautiful. This thing had such good reviews too for live streaming. The only thing is it can run hot. So I had to buy like a mini fan that you attach to the camera. I'm telling you guys, I've looked into everything. No, Joe, you're the sweetest. Thank you for being here. And thank you for becoming a member. Your first membership ever, just Aunt B. No. Well, us Bs just need to hang together, don't we? No, but seriously, thank you. Thank you for being here. You guys are just like, you guys make me feel good. Yeah, it's been a rough couple of weeks, months. Yeah, life's just gotten a little nutty. So, wait, how bad is what? Microdots. What? I just start talking and I forget what I say. Remind me when I was talking about microdots. Thank you, Nee Marie, for the sunshine. Thank you. Thank you. Yep, there's a Judge Gilday connection to Auntie Beth. It's kind of like an offshoot, but there's a direct connection between Cosgrove and Canoni, outside of Norfolk County. It's interesting. My jaw was dropping as I was researching this the last couple of days. Oh, the Canoni and Gilday. We'll just say Cosgrove has heavily been supporting Canoni for decades. I don't want to give away too much. But yeah. And like I said, I don't know if this will be anything like Aiden will be able to use. I have no idea. I'm just going to put it out there. So yeah. I've already been talking for almost 5 hours though. And people are like, your live streams are way too long. I know. Oops, I did it again. Another 5-hour freaking long live stream. I'm just excited for this. Yeah. Exciting. Yeah. And the only reason why I don't want to bring it up now is because once I go down that rabbit hole, you guys know me, I won't shut up. So I just want to make sure I can have all of my my ducks in a row. Okay. Looking forward to it. Thank you. I love long content. It doesn't feel like 5 hours. That's great. Okay. I love that. I love guys. Amazing. You guys are like, I love long live streams. I've had plans tonight. I was still excited to see you on. Thanks, kitty. Ooh, what kind of wine is that? Plus, it's been a while. Missed you, Boozey. Yes, I know. Oh my God, look at the cutest dog ever. Yeah, I was not ready. I was not camera ready, we'll say. So I'm glad I'm doing better. Things are better here. I'm excited what all this is going on. There's a lot, and it's very important that I go live. As me and Emily are Norfolk County residents, and with this DA's race, it's important that I keep reminding you guys of everything so that you do not forget about this race. Please.
My name is Barbara Wright, and I was Sandra Birchmore's cousin. We were told it was a suicide, and I didn't believe it because I knew Sandra. I knew she was so excited about life. She had a lot going on. The Norfolk County District Attorney's Office has not delivered justice. They've denied justice for Sandra Birchmore. I am supporting Adam Deitch for District Attorney because I feel he's got the background and the know-how to make the changes that we need in Norfolk County.
I think he can bring it.
I touched upon this earlier too. There has been more victims that have, and victims' families that have gone to Adam Deitch, specifically, obviously, within Norfolk County, which is very telling given that Greg Conner was in the office and is aware of these cases, worked on these cases. I'm getting new filings in my email where Greg Conner is doing these filings himself. And it's very telling that the person in the office that worked on some of these cases is not being endorsed by these victims and their families. These victims and their families are going to Adam Deitch simply because of his track record as a federal prosecutor to help with corruption in Norfolk County. Yeah. And the research has been taking me all different types of avenues. So if I can use my platform to help victims and we can kind of dig deep into these cases and going over some questionable things, some basic rules of evidence that weren't abided by, these are things that we need to put out there, especially when some of these things have been messed up by Greg Conner himself. So I'm not going to let this go either, no matter which way the election goes. I'm not going to shut up about it. You were paid on all of our taxpayer dollars. And it to me, it feels like arrogance in a way. The fact that you worked on these cases and you are promoting specific victims and specific families when you yourself worked on these cases. And it seems like certain cases got more attention versus others, which is wrong. It's very wrong. So don't worry, guys. I've got a lot to talk about. I have a lot planned in the next couple of weeks. So that being said, a hot mess. I still don't know what 6-7 is, and I know all the kids do it. And thank you for sending the 6-7. I don't get it. I don't get 6-7. You know you're getting old when you don't understand what the previous generation is talking about. I have no idea. No idea. Anyways, I always like giving this little reminder too before I log off, because why not? I don't need myself that small. I don't need myself that big either. Good Lord. Where is it? Where'd it go? There it is. I just want to give you this reminder. This email from David Traub, who used to be the spokesperson for the Norfolk County DA's office, who randomly got $20,000 paid to him from Morrissey's campaign fund the last couple of months. Traub, when did he retire? I think it was either 2024 or 2025. So he's retired. He's on to other career things. But I don't know why. Morrissey has all this money sitting in the bank, and he gave David Traub $20K. And we don't know why. We don't know why. But this email from David Traub, dated June 20th, 2022, it was sent to Morrissey, Lynn Beeland, Margaret Krippendorf, Michael Conley. So those are all ADAs. Then you have Greg Connor, Brian Tully, John Fanning, and Yuri Buchanek. And it was a Boston Globe article. It was one of the first ones written about Sandra Birchmore's case. You could tell David Traub had this in his email because he forwarded this. And the headline is, "In Stoughton, latest police scandal adds to long history of trouble." Doesn't make sense why Yuri is attached to this email, because he did not work the Sandra Birchmore case. And that was the heavy focus of this article. Of course, Yuri is a Stoughton townie. You can call him that. He went to high school there, graduated Stoughton High. And obviously resides there now with his family. John Fanning is another Stoughton High graduate, and he was a Stoughton police officer from 2002, 2005. Brian Tully, he was a supervisor, obviously, on Sandra's case. And then Greg Connor was the chief trial counsel, Morrissey's right-hand man. Crazy. If Nightbot's being fresh, just be nice back to Nightbot. I do want to end on a song from Fervent. When I first pulled this up, I quite literally started crying. And I think it's so important that we always remember, honestly, what is the most important regarding these cases. And it's always going to be the victim. And I know there are constantly things being thrown at us saying, well, John O'Keefe has been forgotten. No, he hasn't. It's one of the main reasons why I'm still here. So with that, I want to thank Fervent. If you haven't subscribed, please do. I love their work. Love their work. So this is, for any of my Norfolk County residents that haven't seen this yet, it's a really well done song about the upcoming election in Norfolk County, specifically for Adam Deitch, and specifically being a victim forward song, which is what we need. So I'm going to unmute it. I'm going to play it for you guys. And I hope you all enjoy yourselves. Be safe. Take care of one another. Drink your water. Half your body weight in ounces each day. Make sure you are eating your protein, right? Careful of the lettuce and frozen blueberries. I don't know, guys. I don't know. We're falling apart. Reminds me of the Post Malone song. Ooh, I fall apart. Anyways, she won't sing. All right, let me add this to stage. I love you guys. Thank you for being here. XO. Enjoy this. Love you lots. Oh, God. There we go. Jeez Louise, she's still a rookie. Anyways, love you guys.
I spot another victim. Oh, look, another victim. If you want justice for victims, oh, vote Adam Deitch. We have a two-tier system. Tired of the same old business. One more chance to fix this. Oh, vote Adam Deitch. It's time to fight. Stop protecting the people who lied. Saw it with my eyes, and yes, I think the jury got it right. This ain't right. This ain't right. Hey, this ain't who we trying to be. another victim. Oh, look, another victim. To get justice for victims. Oh, vote Adam Dice. We have a two-tier system. Tired of the same old business. One more chance to fix this. Oh, vote Adam Dice. Time to root out corruption. Need a prosecutor, not a politician. What on earth is going on in Norfolk County? Federal eyes already know the whole story. Look at who endorsed me. Look at who endorsed him. Look at who wants me. Look at who